Very quickly, I'll start by recognizing some of our very distinguished personalities who have joined us here today. But before that, a quick safety brief. The SPE is very particular about safety, and so for the course of this event, we advise that please you take particular attention to the few safety announcements. The first of all is observing safe distancing, social distancing throughout the course of the event. Of course, we just came out of a pandemic. And the very next is that we have 2 exits out of this hall. This is the emergency exit, and the one by my right is the main exit. Going out to the extreme end, the end, you would find the convenience for the male and the female. And for our virtual participants, kindly endeavor to leave your phone or pack your phone when driving. If you're driving, kindly park and participate. Do not listen when driving. And of course, if you're at home, for the virtual participants, also endeavor that you don't carry your device to the kitchen or near the gas so as not to have a gas explosion. Thank you so much. And of course, we believe that we would have a very safe event. Let me start by welcoming some of our very distinguished personalities that have joined us here today. I start by saying a warm welcome to our Council Chair of SPE Nigerian Council, in the person of Professor Olalekan Olafoyi. Please a round of applause for him. He's joining us virtually. We say a warm welcome to Mr. Alec Musa, who is the BOT Chair, helping to any of the black seats in front. We start by welcoming the General Manager, Research, Statistics, and Development of the NCDMB. Of course, he's the keynote speaker for today, Abdul Malik Halilu. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us here today. Okay? Yes. Ushers kindly guide him to a seat. Thank you so much. Of course, still here today, we have the lead speaker for today, who is the Chief Innovation Officer of the NNPC, in the person of Mrs. Betty Uguna. I'm made to understand she's being represented by Blossom Uzurumba, who is an innovation advisor of the NNPC. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Of course, we also have a moderator for panel session 3, the first panel session for today. Here present, he's the head AQQC Engineering Greenfield Refinery Project Division of the NNPC. A warm welcome to Engineer George Kalu. Now, Engineer George was actually the first person in this building today. Timely and very conscious. Please, another round of applause for him. Of course, another panelist for today, we have the Principal and CEO of the Petroleum Training Institute, the speaker of Dr. Henry Adimula. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today. And still here, we have the Operations Engineering Lead of ExxonMobil. Another panelist for today, Dr. Wisdom Patrick Enang. A warm welcome to you. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And still, virtually, we have some panelists who are also virtual. I'd like to say a warm welcome to the Director, Corporate and Regulatory Affairs, AOS Orwell Limited, Charlotte Eshet. I am made to understand she's represented by Irene Toyon. Welcome, ma'am. We'd like to test that you can hear us and you can see us online. Okay. Okay. While they try to fix, I believe she can see and hear us. We'd like to also say another welcome to another virtual participant, a panelist who is the Managing Partner, Oil and Gas Skills Limited. I speak of Dr. Emmanuel Emielu, joining virtually. Sir, please confirm you can see and hear us. One welcome to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We hear you loud and clear. Irene Toyon, can you hear us? Please confirm.
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Loud and clear. Of course, we also want to say a warm welcome. He was here yesterday and is here today again. We speak of the General Manager Processing, Nigeria Gas Company. Soibitan Isokariri. One welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the plan for today is about to kickstart. And to give us a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, please, for a welcome remarks, help me welcome Engineer Victor Onocho, the Programs Chair of SPE Abuja section, for his welcome remark. Thank you.
The SPE Nigeria Council Chairman, Professor Olalikon Olafui, our BOT Chairman of SPE Nigerian Council, Engineer Alec Musa, our distinguished resource persons present both virtually and in person, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the session chairman of SPE Abuja session, Engineer Amina Damadami, I want to welcome everyone to the day 2 of the SPE Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium, being hosted by the SPE Abuja session. This year's theme, Closing the Infrastructural Gap, Unlocking the Potentials of the Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Sector in Nigeria, was carefully selected to knowing the importance of this sector in actualizing our economic potentials. Today's session has been designed to focus on technology, innovation, and gas infrastructural financing. And we have lined great speakers for the 2 panel sessions of today, and they'll be deliberating and suggesting ways to address the identified challenges. Thank you for joining us, and have a great session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Programs Chair, for that warm welcome remarks. So today we have 2 panel sessions. Of course, the first is on technology and innovation in the midstream, downstream. And of course, we have about 7 amazing speakers who I believe would do justice to this topic. Very quickly, I would recognize them, I'll call them, and they will come have the seat on stage. And of course, I'm starting with the moderator for this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our moderator, who is the head AQQC Engineering Greenfield Refinery Project, division of the NNPC, Engineer George Kalu, as he takes his seat at the center stage. Warm welcome to him, the moderator. Dear speakers, please, as you come in, you sit to his left and to his right. Okay, the middle, sir? Okay. Okay. And of course, I would like to welcome the keynote speaker for today. He would be taking us on the topic, leveraging on the NOGIC Act to stimulate innovation and harness the opportunities in midstream, downstream petroleum sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the General Manager, Statistics and Development, NCDMB. I speak of Abdulmalik Halilu. To his left, sir, to his left. Thank you so much. And of course, the lead speaker for today, who is represented, the lead speaker is Mrs. Betty Ugono. She's represented by an innovation advisor of the NNPC. A warm welcome to Blossom Uzurumba. Welcome, ma'am. Another amazing speaker for today, the principal and CEO of Petroleum Training Institute, Dr. Henry Ademola. Can you join? All the way from Warri. Thank you so much, sir. The Operations Engineering Lead at ExxonMobil. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wisdom Patrick Enang. Okay. Of course, to our virtual panelists, which now would love to see the videos. the Director, Corporate and Regulatory Affairs of AOS Orwell, who is represented by Irene Toyon. I would like to see her video. And the last but not the least of the panelists, who is the Managing Partner, Oil and Gas, Skills Limited, Dr. Emmanuel Emielu. Would love to have his video turned on, sir, as we're about to kickstart the panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I leave you all in the hands of Engineer George Kalu, our able moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Akman. I think we don't have a protocol established, but I would have said, let me stand on existing protocol, but since we're going to a panel session, I would like by first recognizing and appreciating the director of the principal Petroleum Training Institute, Dr. Henry Adimola. Welcome. We'll go ahead and also recognize the Chief Innovation Officer, Engineer Betty Ugonna, represented by SA. I will also immediately recognize the General Manager, Research and Statistics, Nigerian Content Division, Malam Abdul Malik Haliru. Welcome. And the BOT Chairman, Engineer Alec Musa, and former Deputy Managing Director of Total. We also have Mr. Isukurare, General Manager, Processing Nigerian Gas Company. You're all welcome. All other panelists who are online, especially Engineer Charlotte is yet represented, and Dr. Emmanuel, you're all welcome to this panel session. Our topic this morning is for us to look at technology and innovation in midstream and downstream sector. I will immediately call on the lead, the keynote speaker, Malam Abdulalik. Please, you have the floor, and thank you.
Next slide.
While we're waiting for the slides to be put up, I would like to thank SPE for giving NCDMB the opportunity to speak at this forum. We're especially excited with the topic, considering the fact that we just concluded our midstream and downstream stakeholder engagements in Lagos this week. So as if we are speaking in the right direction. Everybody is talking about optimizing local content in the midstream and downstream sector. So it's a very important area for us in NCDMB, especially when you consider the fact that there's so much dependence on imported refined products, and that is affecting our foreign exchange reserves. So it's important that as stakeholders and as SPE, who are frontiers in the area of technology development, that we work together to see how we can actually develop local technology to close the huge gap that exists in our midstream and downstream sector when it comes to technology development. So my presentation will be in 4 stages. I will talk about the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Act, specific provisions on R&D, our footprints in the midstream and downstream sector, the framework that we have established to promote research and innovation. I'll also talk about some of the milestones that we have achieved. I'm happy that the innovation division of NNPC is here. We've been partnering with them in this space. And of course, what we see as partnership opportunities with SPE, beyond just this summit, what are the major areas of collaboration that will strengthen both our mandates when it comes to technology development. I'll start by, next slide. You're seeing it, right? Okay. I'll start by taking us down memory lane, because this is very important. Most of the time when we talk about things are not working, it has to do with the foundation, which is policy. This slide tells us that the local content policy for Nigeria has come a long way. From pre-2001, when the government of Olusegun Obasanjo decided to look at the operations of the Nigerian oil and gas industry with respect to local content. Before then, it was obvious that local content in the industry was less than 5%, with major inputs in the industry being heavily import dependent. The government then decided to look at the key blockers, and they came up with a presidential advisory committee on local content to chart a way forward. That led to the Nigerian content policy, which was handed over to NNPC to midwife. NNPC created the Nigerian Content Division to drive the local content program. Subsequently, through policy, there were directives issued to the industry with specific mandates on the kind of services that must be done in Nigeria. The success of that program led to the enactment of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Act in 2010. A new government had emerged, the government of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. So you can see the transition from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Goodluck. Subsequently, we had the 7 big wins, which was inaugurated by a former minister with the support of the current president, which had as one of its cardinal pillars a local content. And of course, we've moved on this trajectory, and today we have been able to move local content from 5% to 42%, and our aspiration is to take it to 70% by 2027. So policy consistency is very important when we talk about technology development, not just in the midstream and downstream sector, but across all the sectors of the economy. So what is our mandate? The NOGIC Act has 2 main mandates: to build capacity and enforce compliance with the provisions of the NOGIC Act. Capacity building cuts across infrastructure, skills, services, assets, and a host of other input requirements of the industry. And it cuts across both the upstream, midstream, and downstream operations. Then we have to enforce compliance. There are close to 280 items in the schedule to the NOGIC Act with specific targets in terms of man-hours, percentage spent, which must be done in country just to create a vibrant local supply chain and economic activities. The oil and gas industry is a $20 billion per annum industry, The expectation is that most of the activities across the value chain must be done in country. And it can only be done in country if there's enforcement. So we're one of the few regulatory agencies that have development as part of our mandate, which means that we are, by statutory provisions, expected to build the capacities in country. Coming specifically to the topic of today, research and development. There are specific provisions in the NOGIC Act that speaks to the intention of government to ensure that we develop the R&D capabilities that is required for us to build necessary technology solutions in the oil and gas industry. Starting from the ministerial regulation on R&D, which has already been rolled out, to the fact that every operator is required to submit a 3 to 5 year R&D plan to demonstrate their R&D commitments in terms of specific project areas, specific expenditure on R&D, localization of research activities in country, utilization of researchers, and ultimately the use of inputs developed locally to carry out research. It also speaks to specific targets in terms of the quantum of industry spend that must be domiciled in country to execute research. Engineering studies reservoir, for instance, 60% of an operator's annual spend on research must be in Nigeria. Now, to achieve this, it means that you must have the right R&D ecosystem for you to be able to attract relevant and research topics, and for you to be able to get the confidence of operators to domicile their research in Nigeria. And I'll talk to you shortly about how this is being done. Next slide. I mentioned earlier that our aspiration is to achieve 70% local content by 2027. We have 5 pillars for this and then 4 enablers. One of the key enablers is technical capability around research and development. We recognize that for us to be able to achieve 70%, we must be able to ensure that most of the inputs required in the industry are sourced locally, especially manufactured materials, which accounts for over close to 60% of a typical engineering, procurement, and construction spend. So that means that for us to be able to achieve the local content targets, we must also develop R&D capabilities for us to have the right technology solutions for the industry. We must have the right skills in terms of STEM discipline within our universities, because there's a nexus between research and curriculum. Most of the universities that attract premium fees across the globe, the likes of Imperial College, Harvard, they have a very strong research network that enables them to continuously develop new products. And anytime there are new products, it also impacts on the kind of curriculum that they teach within their schools, so that graduates from those institutions have the latest knowledge in terms of the technology that is being deployed in the industry, and they are able to innovate, they are able to be creative because of the ecosystem that has been established to develop new technology on an ongoing basis. So ability to improve on the curriculum of universities is one of the major drivers of our local content roadmap. It's also to ensure that as we drive towards reducing the cost of producing a barrel of oil in Nigeria compared to other OPEC countries, we have the necessary solutions that ensures that we are competitive. So process improvement is one of the major drivers of our research program. And then finally, as we have seen in many developed economies, where you have research and development centers is where people will want to domicile their manufacturing centers, their service centers, because they depend solely on innovation centers for their operations. So those are the foundation blocks around the R&D framework for the board. We've gone ahead to develop the 10-year R&D roadmap, which is anchored on 8 success pillars and around 42 initiatives, ensuring that there's funding. We have created the $50 million R&D fund. We built the right infrastructure, as you will see shortly. We're currently promoting establishment of 5 centers of excellence and also working with industry to develop centers. Capability of our researchers is also very important. It's not just the number of professors or PhD lecturers that we have, but the quality and the ability to be able to attract research projects. It's also commercial framework. Beyond research for publication, we're now focused more on research for production. And we're working with our centers of excellence to drive that process. It's also collaboration. The triple helix philosophy is also very dear to us in terms of making sure that as government, we support universities by ensuring that the industry that we superintend over are able to bring out the industry challenges, pass it on to the universities, and then as government, we're able to provide the necessary enablers. And of course, governance, legal framework, and then enforcement. Our intervention in R&D cuts across both basic research and applied research. We operate across the entire value chain, making sure that we have a compendium of industry challenges, which is usually transmitted to the academia for them to focus on, and then of course using the network of funding that we have based on the 3 to 5 year R&D plan to ensure that there's funding to address those research challenges. Ultimately, the objective of the R&D framework is to develop local technology, ensure sectoral linkages between the oil sector and other sectors of the industry, especially the manufacturing sector, ensure that we're able to retain the revenue spent in the industry within Nigeria, and of course, job creation. The $50 million R&D fund, as I've mentioned earlier, has been structured around focusing more on commercialization of research. That is the weakest link that we have seen in the industry. A lot of published research, but little of commercialized research. So our focus in terms of the volume of spend from the $50 million is on commercialization of research. We also have the commercialization framework, which enables us to support researchers from when they generate ideas. Every year we have the Innovation Challenge, where we select talents that come up with solutions that are relevant to industry needs. We support them to take them through the patenting process, prototyping, supported prototype development of many innovations, field trial. We're currently working on a bioremediation solution. Field trial of that solution currently going on in Ogoni land, where the solution is intended to remediate the polluted soil. The intention is once that field trial is successful, then we go into the next stage, which is business development. It's looking at the viability of having a factory for the production of that solution, and of course, product deployment, which is to see that it's mass-produced and deployed for industry application. The interesting thing about this is it takes research beyond the academic environment into the field and into the industry And then it also helps us to work with our sister agencies. The NUPRC, who is responsible for providing the licenses, have had to sanction and approve some of the innovations that we are supporting. So this collaboration also helps to elevate the relevance of research in government circles. So I've talked about the 5 centers of excellence. When we muted the Center of Excellence initiative, we were thinking big. We benchmarked the Imperial College because we understand that they have about 28 innovation centers, and they're able to attract over £1 billion to the institution, primarily because of these centers of excellence, cutting across oil and gas sector, aviation, manufacturing. So we did a benchmark to understand what it takes to have those centers established and operated professionally. So the feedback we got is we must focus on the right equipment, right caliber of professionals, that is researchers. There should be the right policy, processes that ensures seamless transition from idea generation to the market, and also sustainable funding. And that was the foundation and the basis upon which we set up our centers of excellence. They must also be thematic focused, and that is exactly what we have done. We have the Technology Development Studies Center in Federal University of Technology, Minna, which is focused on higher resolution subsurface imaging, decarbonization technology, pipeline modeling, software. Now, these thematic areas are mainly cutting across upstream, midstream, and downstream. For instance, if you look at the Niger Delta University that is focused on refining, which is a major area of discussion today. Beyond these centers of excellence, NCDMB has also invested as equity partner in the establishment of modular refineries, gas processing plants, over 280 million scopes, LPG cylinder facilities, about 1.2 million units per annum, gas to power plant, about 24 megawatts power plant, just to ensure that there is offtake of gas to the production, conversion to production, and products that are viable for industrialization and economic development. Now, the intention is for us to catalyze the industry through equity investment, but ensuring that as board members sitting on the boards of those organizations, we're able to bring out the relevance of local content in ensuring that the organizations work profitably, but with focus on developing local technology. So that is one of the advantages of our investments, and also our ability to develop centers of excellence that address the needs of both the upstream, midstream, and the downstream sector of the economy. We're also conscious of the mood globally. We have one of the centers that is focusing on carbon capture, which is also part of the efforts globally to look at the net zero target of 2060. The Honorable Minister inaugurated the Technology Incubation Center in NCDMB last year with the intention of providing the ecosystem for our youths to actually ideate, come up with new ideas, and through the incubation process, we support them to transition their ideas into new products. That center is currently running, and we have close to 20 innovations that we are currently supporting. They cut across midstream, upstream, and downstream. As you can see, Feasibility Giants is an example of software that is for pipeline surveillance. It's an example of how we're supporting midstream and downstream operations. And so many other, the solar power solution that I talked about earlier, bioremediation, which is an environmental management solution, and then also the hardware technology, which is also part of what we're doing. Continue. Next. Okay. Now, just to give you a feel of how, one example of how we've been able to take an idea through the market. There's a smart gas leak detector idea that was sent to us, that was presented to us around 2018. The young man came, presented his concepts. We supported him through NOTAP to get the patents, and subsequently we funded the prototype. We also funded the field trial where he was able to take the prototype to end users to test the product. It sends an SMS to you if there's a gas leak, and if you don't respond, it triggers a call. After the successful field trial, working with NUPRC and SON, we were able to get certification for us to go into mass production. We acted as venture capitalists in this case just to demonstrate that we can actually, through government support, young Nigerians can actually achieve their aspirations. Today, the plant is currently being developed in Abuja here, and it's a $22 million per annum turnover plant. That is the business case that has been developed for it. It will provide 469 jobs at peak production. There's also opportunity for other venture capitalists to key in, and then also there's provision for expansion and then reverse engineering. So this is how NCDMB has been able to support an innovation to the market. And if we understand the role of the gas detector, we talk about acceptability of gas as an alternative source of energy. Many people don't really want to use gas because of the risk associated with it. But when you know that there's an alarm that can actually trigger if there's a leakage, probably that will enhance the acceptance of gas as an alternative for cooking in our domestic homes. So this is how we've supported the sector that we're talking about. Working with, next slide. In partnership with PTDF, Shell, Bayelsa State Government, we are also establishing a research center and a museum at the famous Olobri in Bayelsa State. The research center will be basically focused on testing. So much of prototyping has been done, but most of the industries will not necessarily allow you to test in their fields because of the risk associated. So we're going to do a re-entry into the Olobri well that has been abandoned, working with our sister agencies so that it becomes a testing center going forward for new technology that has evolved. That way, we're able to create that ecosystem for testing of products. Once you're able to test in an active field, then it makes it easier for you to validate the products and then go for mass production. The next slide is basically trying to illustrate how research helps in growing our economy. I just take two case studies. If we look at the role of the international service companies and international oil companies in funding R&D, they spend huge amounts of money in R&D. And then it also translates to job creation. It also translates to tax revenue for government. This is an important message for all of us to understand that research spending is not wasteful spending. Research spending is actually an investment. So looking at Halliburton, for instance, 307 million in R&D spend, tax payout is about $278 million, almost close to, and then they have 40,000 jobs, 86,000 jobs for Slumberjay. The entire federal civil service about 300,000. So it means that if you have 5 companies in the league of Slumberjay, they can actually create the jobs that the entire federal government has created. And that can only happen if there's a strong research and development culture among our local supply chain. So this is an important message for SPE and other stakeholders to understand that research actually creates economic prosperity. My final slide is basically to thank SPE for this event and to reiterate our earlier discussion with the team that SPE as a center for that has the requisite knowledge, the global network for research, training, in exploration and production will be a very good candidate to partner with NCDMB in our incubation center so that the ideas that will be generated from our youths have the relevant inputs from SPE so that whatever we're going to admit is actually in line with the needs of the industry. We're mindful of the fact that we can leverage the SPE, Petroleum Resource Management System, which is a global tool to actually access subject matter experts and other knowledge resources. So that's another strength that SPE can bring. And of course, information sharing on database of industry challenges. So every research, every dollar spent on R&D must be market driven, must be tied to what the industry requires. And therefore, we must have a compendium of a database of what the industry really needs on an ongoing basis so that forms the basis upon which R&D plans are proposed, upon which innovation challenges are being packaged. And finally, joint development of market-driven technology solutions. So beyond getting the ideas, how do we ensure that the transition that I talked about earlier has the support of SPE? Because you are industry players, you understand what is technology viability and other things. So it's important that we maintain that relationship on an end-to-end process. So once again, thank you for giving us the opportunity, and we look forward to strengthening our partnership with SPE. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our keynote speaker, Malam Abdullahi Malik Halilu. Thank you. We've heard his presentation and how leveraging on the No-Git Act to stimulate innovation and harness opportunities in the midstream and downstream sector. We'll go ahead and take the lead speaker, Engineer Betty Ugonna. She's also presenting leveraging the power of technology and innovation to boost the gas economy in Nigeria. We'll go ahead and after that, we'll now take the panelists' questions will be drawn from these two topics. Thank you.
Lovely morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The weather is really cold. Inside is also cold. So when he announced Betty Ugonna, nobody made any form of excitement. So if you don't mind, you could re-announce that. So we can just warm ourselves up a bit in the room before we start. Okay, the presentation is there. So it's my pleasure this morning to be representing the Chief Innovation Officer of NMPC in the person of Betty Ugonna. She has an overlapping schedule. She's actually in Morocco as we speak. But knowing her, I'm sure she's somewhere on the Zoom channel trying to be sure that we're able to do justice to the presentation this morning. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. And we also we want to thank the SPE Nigeria Council and of course the Abuja section for the invitation. We count it very very privileged and honored to be here to present this. I was just about to say that we are aware that we have very smart, brilliant, intelligent people that are working already within the gas and energy ecosystem. So we are not really going to teach per se. We'll just delve straight into what we know what best to do, which is tech and innovation. And it's also very important to announce that in addition to what my dear friend in NCDMB had proposed or had shared with us about NCDMB's foray into the innovation space, which, by the way, SPE should really take advantage of, especially for for the lots of young people that are within, that are part of SPE. I don't think you should let him go today without getting a commitment on how an SPE can be part of their innovation ecosystem. You never can tell. A lot can come out of it. So we'll be talking this morning about leveraging the power of technology and innovation to boost the gas economy in Nigeria. But our focus really would be on how we can look at the challenges within that sector, and then how we can come up with innovative ideas, run through the whole ideation process to come up with tangible, tactical, actionable solutions that can really drive that part of the economy. And they had said this is the decade of gas, and if you are really fronting with that word that this is the decade of gas, so you shouldn't really keep dwelling on the challenges, but really on the solutions that have been forged or fashioned to allow us to exploit all the opportunities that are inherent within that space. So we'll talk briefly about the overview of Nigeria's gas reserves, then the gas value chain, which I assume that we already know, but we'll just be very brief about that because for the lack of time. And then we'll go straight into the challenges that are in that in the gas economy, and then explore the innovation window, and then look at how we can come up with some conclusions and recommendations that can move us further into it. So I'm going to have to work with the presenter so we can really flow quickly. So what you can see currently on the board, incidentally, we got that from NUPRC, that's the Upstream Regulatory Commission. We can see some of the real-time or current or realistic data that we have, regarding the gas reserves in Nigeria. As at 2021, that's last year, it stood at 206.53. And if that has happened, within that, you could look at the associated gas, of course, and the non-associated gas. I had mentioned that the HMSPR had declared this, that's the Honorable Minister of State, Timipre Silva, has declared this as the decade of gas, and he went further to also announce that we are targeting a 600 CF increase. That's another almost 200% increase with respect to what we currently have as data. It's okay to say these words, it's okay to announce these words, but like I said earlier, the solutions that can come up in spaces like this are actually the things that would make these things become realistic or to become a reality. So gas is Nigeria's transition fuel. We all agree. We all agree that we, in the quest for, net zero and all that, we can't just move from where we are to where we expected to be. So gas has been identified as a transition fuel, and it's fair enough that that has been done. So moving to the gas value chain, we try to sort of move that from, upstream, midstream, and of course, downstream. The good thing is we have this presentation with SPE, so I believe they might want to share that with the participants, so we don't dwell so much time on what we already know. Now this, the gas production and utilization status for 2021, this is very, it's actually a very important data for us to sort of explore this morning. We have a chunk of that, 41%, going for exports. That's really high. And then the gas flare data is 8%. This is okay in the sense that it's continuous or consistently been going downwards, which is to our advantage. So we want to believe that if we're able to come up with solutions that can, take that to a minimum, it will sort of express itself in the percentages that we have, both for the domestic, the reinjection, and of course the exports, that stands at an all high of 41% at this time. So we're going to go straight to the gas sector investment opportunities. That's on the slide 7. So just skip this and then go to the next one. Yes. So we've been able to identify a few opportunities which we believe can sort of resonate with people in the room. For the upstream, of course, gas development and gas-related tech services. Then for the midstream, which includes stuff like gas processing, gathering, pipeline construction, which is already happening. We'll know what's happening with the AKK. And gas metering, of course, gas pipeline operation and transmission, LNG liquefaction stations, CNG compression stations, LNG and CNG hubs for storage purposes. And on the downstream end, gas distribution would always be a great opportunity because at this moment, I think access is still a big challenge in the room. So if we're able to come up with solutions, around gas distribution to make it more deepen the penetration across the nation, that would be very nice. Of course, we have LNG transportation. LNG hubs, of course, storage would also play in the downstream, CNG transportation, all the way to auto gas solutions. So I'm going to skip, and then move to the challenges. That's on slide 10, on slide number 10, yeah. So this, once more, I believe will resonate with a lot of people in the room. The challenges, I don't think that new ones are showing up. It's pretty much the old ones, either that sort of showing themselves in newer ways, or pretty much the old ones that we have not come up with tactical solutions that can address that and exploit that from our challenges list. So we have inadequate gas pipeline infrastructure, which is true. And this, of course, fits directly into the access challenge that I had earlier identified. Insecurity and vandalism is still on an all high. We have the inadequate power transmission infrastructure, legacy debts and funding challenges. Even NCDMB, I believe, would have a lot to say when it comes to this funding challenge, because they are really out there in the, with the operators, and they understand these things, as it were. We have fiscal instability and legislative uncertainty. Yeah, the PIA probably might want seeks to address this in some form, but it's one thing to make the talk, it's another thing to walk the talk, So I don't have the wherewithal to really say what that might yield for us in the long run. But I want to believe that if we will hold the same steam we had in trying to make that talk, regarding the PIA, especially in the implementation aspect, then most of these challenges, would sort of just fizzle away. And lastly, we have low adoption of digital technology and innovation. So we're still probably using a lot of obsolete or outdated tech processes to sort of try to grow our gas reserves and work within that the gas economy. So we need to be able to look for things that are more modern. Of course, that would improve both efficiency and turnover in the long run as well. So we have identified that non-adoption of digital tech and innovation is a big challenge. So we want to sort of propose that we'll look for more innovative ways to ideate around these challenges. We can come up with solutions that are really winning, and that takes us to what we call the innovation sweet spot. Thank you. Yeah, so the innovation sweet spot. So we already know that innovation it talks about creating new things or new values or disrupting what is there before, or it could be incremental, it could be transformative when you look at the scale. It could be disruptive as well, and it could be a breakthrough innovation. So these are just the types of innovation that we can play with. But what I really want to focus on this morning is to sort of guide our thoughts towards how we can understand what is really an innovative solution or what is really an innovation. So we'll start with the very first one. Just click your mouse, it pops up, yeah. So if you're trying to understand what exactly is an innovative solution, you would want to answer certain questions. And the first question will be the first question of desirability. Is it desirable? Would human beings adopt this? Would they be able to use this in the course of the process or in the course of the work to be able to achieve or get a yes at the end of the day? So that's the first question you would need to be able to answer. And then that takes us to the next question, which is the viability. Something can be very desirable, but then as a business owner, if it does not yield any bottom line or upline, if it does not bring money to the table, then it's not viable. So you need to also be able to ask yourself if it is viable for the business to pursue or to consider or to adopt, as the case may be. And then the last question you need to consider is a feasibility question, and that's the technical aspect. So you might feel like you might desire something, oh, this is desirable if we're able to expand the access for gas, across the nation. It's going to be very desirable. A lot of people will have more access, and of course, when you have a lot more access, then it's, without saying, the question of affordability becomes answered. But then, yes, you now understand that your business would get a lot of turnover or revenue from that. But then, is it something that can be done? Can it be done? Is it feasible? Can it be technologically feasible? You need to be able to answer this question. It's at the point that you answer these three questions with a yes, 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 that you would then be able to come up with an idea that you can then term to be an innovation. So if it's just desirable and viable, it's an ideation. You can't proceed. You can't call it an innovative solution. If it's just viable and feasible, click your mouse, please. If it's just viable, if it's just desirable and feasible, it's just an inspiration. It's something, you would want to mount, let's say you want to put a church in the moon. Yeah, it's desirable, it's feasible, but then is it viable? Would people travel every Sunday to go worship there? I don't know. So I'm just trying to play with your minds a bit so you can see that. And lastly, the question of viability and feasibility. If it's just viable and feasible, you can implement it. But would human beings use it? Would people desire to do it? So it's just something you can implement. It's not an innovation. But when, like I said, you've been able to answer all three yeses, that's when it becomes an innovative solution. So going further, we've been able to identify the innovation window, within the gas economy that we can leverage upon to sort of get to the desired space. We have currently, we've seen over 11 major regulatory changes that has transitioned gas from being flared to increase in exports. It's about 41%. I think the former minister had this project, the gas commercialization project, which was actually a very fantastic project, and I don't know if it's still being adopted or deepened, and a lot of, like NCDMB had them checked earlier. So these all come together to sort of present a window that we can either look back on or improve on what has been done currently. And another window is the implementation of the PIA. So if you look at the PIA, there are a lot of opportunities that are now either open to us or probably there has still been there that have been pretty much untouched and untapped. So we can look at these opportunities and see how we can leverage upon them to sort of get to where we desire to be. There are opportunities as well to increase gas utilization, access, affordability, and of course revenue. If we can adopt a lot more digital tech and innovative solutions to do that. And in leveraging this, you have almost a 10x breakthrough in innovation. So we'll go to the conclusion because I'm really running for time. For the conclusion is just sort of to conclude and provide a kind of summary. Go 2 steps down, sir. Yes, thank you. And provide a summary for what we have been able to discuss this morning. But I think it's very important for us to emphasize that natural gas is critical to the development of the Nigeria economy. And the reason is simple. We understand we cannot continue with what we have currently. So we've identified a transition. And in identifying that transition, then that brings us to the opportunities that transition fuel, which is gas, can bring our way. So in recommending, we recommend rapid deployment, of course, of digital tech, which will enhance utilization. We also believe that gas operators in Nigeria should be early adopters of technology, and their employees should be proactively trained in applying new technology. And also we would want to also sort of recommend that by embracing a digital revolution in oil and gas facilities, Nigeria can really bring itself forward and propel itself from the shadows of persistent underperformance. And lastly, we would want to also recommend that an enabling environment for indigenous tech development can be sort of open. We have that with the park, innovation park that NCDMB is doing. We also have that even in NMPC. We as at the first quarter of 2020, NMPC came up with a new division called the Research, Technology and Innovation. And in 2 years, a lot of amazing work have been done. Patents have been registered, and pretty much they are at the go-to-market stage, which is really what it should be. And this is really being driven by young people, and we need the wisdom of the elderly people, and then we need the energy of the young people to actually get us to the yes. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, distinguished panel members. And thank you, tech guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Blossom Uzrumba, representing Engineer Betty Ugonna. We've listened to the 2 topics, and basically for this panel, it has to do with technology and innovation in the midstream, downstream sector. Before I call on the panelists, which also will include the speakers, because they won't have an easy way exit from their lead paper, they will also be contributors. I need to set the stage in terms of, yes, we're talking about technology and innovation in midstream and downstream sector. So for the panelists, they have to look at the midstream, not just covering gas. Yes, we know gas is a transition fuel into being an energy country, but they are still all hydrocarbon. So we'll look at it vis-a-vis if you are also developing the midstream gas. You also have gas that will go through condensate, Johannes condensate, and you have refined petroleum products. Major challenge in the country is also product supply to our citizen. So the energy delivery has to also be in country for our development to be there. Where are those gaps? Where are people not investing in those midstream? We have PIA, which has given us opportunity for us to develop midstream infrastructure. If you can develop all segments, if you go through the PIA. The last speaker had some a little bit pessimistic about how the PIA will work, but she's quite young. I believe the future is for her to implement the PIA. And so we'll discuss it around those technologies. Where are the gaps in the country in the midstream? We're having losses. We're having, in terms of for product accountability, both from the upstream and for the product. And we also have outright theft of product. In deploying this technology, where are the funding coming from? We have 50 million from NCDMB for research and development, but somebody needs to really fund those technology gap. How are we deploying production tools so that we can really account for our hydrocarbon? And for the midstream, those infrastructure gaps which you have mentioned, how are we building technology for replacement of such pipelines? You talked of AKK and manpower, PTI, those new technology and innovation. How are you developing capacity for the young professionals, for them to maximize opportunity in innovation in your institution? I would probably, and for the private sector, for AOS who deploys technology when it comes to instrumentation, how are you deploying those technology and trying to key into the Nigerian content vision of having some of this done in country? I think there are a lot of posers, and the general public are also panelists for them to look at them from this perspective. I will start by inviting the lead operation engineering lead for ExxonMobil to be the first to comment about technology, whether artificial intelligence and those technology, how it's been able to improve its assets in any form. I yield to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here to the SPE. Before I start speaking on this topic, I would just like to mention that I'm speaking on an individual capacity, and within the last 1 week, my portfolio has since changed. But just talking about the use of technology or the application of technology within the midstream and downstream, I just start off by, saying that the key thing that I'm going to highlight in my talk is going to be talking about what are we innovating, where are we on the innovation value chain, and what is our target, where are we going to, and then we can contextualize exactly, why there are those gaps that exist. So first, I'll start off by saying, what are the key things that comes to mind when it comes to innovation? I don't like to take innovation from an abstract standpoint where we just adopt technology that is applied abroad without actually being very conscious and intentional about solving a problem. So for me, innovation adoption has to do with solving a problem. 3 key problems, like I've identified, exist within our midstream and downstream. One is we having a struggle with operational efficiency. The second is there's need for security of our installations, and then we also have a gap when it comes to predictive and preventive maintenance, which is what has partly been responsible for the state of our refineries today. So just to contextualize things a bit further, according to global data, 75% of the oil and gas projects planned in Nigeria between 2021 and 2024 are going to be within the midstream and downstream sector. And when it comes to pipeline security and maintenance, the costs, we kind of have costs exceeding 3 billion per year. I mean, this data was from November 2020. And in terms of vandalism, about $3.7 billion worth of oil was vandalized between January 2021 and February 2022. So you can just look at it and have a sense of urgency as to why it is important for us to leverage technology to address these 3 key concerns. So when it comes to the evolution of technology as it has to do with some of the engineering sectors, surprisingly, the petrochemical sector is actually well placed, but of course, so there are different evolutions. The digital 1.0, which is what I'll call it, which is the programmable logic. The digital 2.0, which is the digital control system. Digital 3.0, which is the advanced control systems. And the refineries and the midstream have really sort of achieved that very well. I think the next step, which is really important, and we haven't quite got there, is the digital 4.0, which is artificial intelligence. So in a nutshell, mining data is not where the real advantage is. It's then taking that data, doing some real analytics, and making a very good decision with that data. That is where we ought to be, and that's really where the next steps are. So when it comes to the midstream and the downstream operations, you find out that we are still at what I would call the physical to digital stage, where we have automated workflows using the equipment, like pumps, valves, and then sensors, of course, that detect changes, and then they transmit that information to the transmitter. But of course, we also need to get to a point where we transit to, within the next 2 to 5 years, to a digital realm, not physical to digital, but a digital realm this time, that then integrates that data, aggregates it, and then analyzes the data, visualizes, and then it's able to augment and create automated decision making. This is exactly where the real value then would have that real value, because what that means is that in terms of operations efficiency, we can begin to we can analyze and be sure of where our operational sweet spots will be and aim to keep it that way. We can begin to have some real good information on predictive maintenance, and then of course security. We can be a bit more proactive on our security rather than being reactive, which is currently at the moment. But going away from that, the long term would be going digital to physical, where you now have things like robotics, where you can have unmanned platforms, you can have unmanned facilities, and of course you can have a digital replica of your physical systems, where you can actually run some real good simulations and make real-time decisions, of course, and that really helps to drive operational efficiency. So, as I said, there are a number of opportunities in this space, whether it's scheduling analytics to schedule your demand or the supply side of things, or your operational analytics, where to make real-time decisions when it comes to energy optimization, threats and vulnerabilities, production surveillance, integrated optimization, production forecasting, resource planning, or it has to do with equipment analytics, talking about the health of your equipment, the equipment failure warning, reliability analytics, preventive maintenance optimization, and asset investment planning. Or it has to do with the supply chain side of things, which is the service level analytics, inventory visibility, spare parts optimization, vendor performance analytics, material spend analysis, risk-based forecast. These capabilities are there when you can go from mining the data to analyzing the data and making decisions with the data. And I think that's really the crux of what I'm trying to say. Now, in terms of downstream operations, there are distinctive application of technology, which of course is quite different from the midstream. So here we have things like the capabilities, of course, machine learning capabilities, the cloud computing capabilities, drone for aerial inspections, and again, as I said, we already have mastered the use of sensors to just transmit data. But of course, analyzing that data, having sufficient data points, storing and analyzing the data is the next big leap for innovation within the downstream and the upstream. They share some commonality on that basis. Now, when it comes to the application of technology, it's evolving, but there are benefits already. I've got very good benefits that have been reported in literature. For example, Husk Energy have reported that they have a value chain optimization, increased plant-to-plant transfers using leveraging innovation within their downstream sector. British Petroleum have said that they've been able to have a $0.7 per barrel savings on their crude purchases, of course, leveraging technology, and reduce crude selection and optimization process from 4 hours to about 7 minutes with more accurate data. They've been able to evaluate hundreds of cases in about minutes, and they'll be able to do a lot more with their time. So and similarly, Haddock has applied technology and innovation across their downstream and midstream sector, and they've reported improved emergency response because, of course, as I said, if you have the right data and you analyze that data, things like pipeline security, before people pass certain barriers or right of way, you have the information, and the right unit can then be a bit more proactive to see who is passing through that. And of course, electricity costs, higher operational efficiencies, and of course, being able to make quicker decisions have been reported by Haddock, who have applied a couple of these. They've been able to transit from just having data to using data for real-time decisions. Now, what are the key considerations when it comes to planning a digital journey? What are the barriers? What are the things you need to prepare for? First barrier, I would say, is the fear of the unknown. A lot of organizations are very careful. They don't know how it's going to go. And of course, they're not sure, they don't have a holistic approach to managing some of these barriers. The second one is money. Innovation is expensive, but it's front-end expensive. But of course, it pays itself off over time with a lower OPEX. So over time, you would get returns. And people have, innovative forerunners have said that between 2 to 5 years, you should be able to pay off your initial CapEx with a reduced OPEX. Then, of course, lack of a vision is one from an organizational standpoint. You have to have you've got to have the willpower to drive innovation. It's not easy. It takes a lot of upskilling of your professionals and your staff. It also takes a lot of getting outside the box, and of course, creating that learning culture, and of course, being very intentional about it. Then inflexible technology. So one of the key things is you have the legacy facilities that come in, and for you to innovate, you have to do a complete upgrade, and that's why a lot of organizations struggle. Now, Digital transformation is generally a multi-year playbook that requires continuous calibration, multi-level communication, rather than just a one-time investment. So it's not just something you hit and go. And then, of course, you have to keep developing and improving, because it also comes with vulnerabilities of cyber attack, depending on how developed your data protocol is. Now, key things to note: you have to cultivate new and different pool talents, understand what the upskilling requirements are for the level of digitization that you're about to embark on. You have to drive the digital development from the boardroom, actually. So it's not just something you give to your employees and ask them to drive. It's got to come very intentionally, the policy, the way you look at things, how open-minded you are. You can't ask your employees to be, digitally savvy, but when they bring recommendations, you are risk adverse and you don't even want to pilot that recommendation. And of course, I would say it again and again and again if I have the opportunity, addressing digitization or digitalization, whichever one you want to go for, or a combination of both, requires coming together, the organizations working together, learning from each other. I struggle to see organizations work in silos to implement digital solutions. You're basically just reinventing the wheel because someone else is trying something. So a bit of collaboration is really required, especially within the Nigerian sector, to make sure that we harness the benefits of having a digital midstream and downstream. And of course, we need to build on existing workflows, make sure you harness the best use of already standardized process flows, and focus on integration and visualization of analytics. That's really critical. As I said, we just need to use the data we have to make decisions, and then balance your aspirations and needs. Don't be too quick. Take it. Just make sure that whatever path you are trying to design for your digital transformation, that it meets your needs. You're going to get it wrong if you just copy whatever the other organization is doing. And then, of course, what will I say are my summary words? The right approach to digital transformation initiative poised for success is informed by challenges and barriers that lay ahead and aims to combat this systematically through collaboration and effective leadership. We need to really look at what is the concerns that we want to address. So if you look at digital transformation in an abstract sense, then of course it just becomes an academic project. But we need to tie it down to the bottom line, or some of the vulnerabilities that we currently have within our midstream and downstream value chain. As I said again before, data mining is good, but the data interpretation and consumption is even more beneficial, and that should be the core focus. And then cost burden for digital transformation, CapEx is CapEx heavy and OpEx light, and typically between 2 to 5 years you can make your recovery. So, and of course, when it comes, so before, digital transformation was just something that was nice to have. But now where investors are more focused on capital efficiency, it becomes a very important need. So it's not just a nice to have, it's a need. What does that say to us? It says that including everyone in this room, we have to be focused on getting the skill sets that are required to survive. It's not just something that is being talked upon as an academic topic. It's something that is here to stay, so we need to upskill. We need to look at what are the skill gaps and what are the transition methodologies to be able to catch up to what the imperatives of a digital working future looks like. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Wisdom, for your contribution. You've tried to provide to us focus areas in the issue of operational efficiency, security, and most importantly, preventive maintenance around and the the cost involved in trying to deploy those technology over time. As you've also mentioned, we know that the midstream and downstream sector is basically manual in country, but there's also an opportunity under the PIA for us to do a reset and a rebuild from scratch and upskilling our own current capacity. So I would invite the principal and CEO of PTI to make contributions along those skill gaps as we do technology and innovation in the midstream and downstream sector.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me also thank the SPE Abuja section for the opportunity extended to us to come and make a little contribution to this very important discourse. Just as you rightly noted, yes, there are infrastructural gaps, but also perhaps very critical also is the skills gap that we have in the industry today, especially in the midstream, downstream sector of the industry. And to be able to achieve, to drive the policy of the federal government, we believe that we need to really step up in this area of providing the necessary skills that are required to drive the economy, particularly the gas economy. To leverage on technology and to also innovate, of course, you require skills and you also require capacity, and that is what we do at the PTI to build on skills and also capacity development. There are several challenges to this, and I'll just mention a few of them. Now, one is policy, consistency in policy, and also staying long enough with a policy to really see to materialize, to produce the desired results. In our training educational sector in the country today, there have been a lot of policy somersaults. We have almost every regime, every government come with its own policy, and at the end of that government, that policy perhaps died a natural death, and we don't see that kind of consistency and also staying with it until we have our results. So we can do much better in that area to have our policies and also to stay with those policies. One again is the national planning. Now, if, for instance, look at this current dispensation where we are in the decade of gas, and we have a 10-year period, and I think this is the second year down the line. But again, how much has been done, and what is the plan really? Does anybody have a really good plan to say, okay, this is how we are going to go about achieving this? So that is very important. And we must be able to tie all these things together, our policy and our planning. Where do we want to be in the next 10 years? And how do we get there? I don't think we do enough of that. Very importantly also is funding constraints. I know that's a big problem across all the sectors, and particularly it's worse for those of us that are in the business of training, capacity development and all that. The funding that comes, we talk of technology that is found in the Western world, very advanced countries. We can only dream of such because what we have, the level of funding that we have in our education sector today cannot do anything like that. And if we don't have the level of funding that is required to train our people, then how do we bring them up to speed? How do we take advantages of the various technologies and the advancements that is happening all over the world and around about us? So we must have a deliberate policy to fund education and also to put it in the right places. When we talk of education, largely how much of it comes into technical training. Now, for instance, if you must drive the gas economy, you need some level of skills that you train technicians, you train technologists. All these people a lot of the times when we talk of funding, it doesn't even go to that sector. It goes above, maybe to the university. We have PhD level, master's level, and talk of very fanciful research and development and all those things. But key things that can actually immediately have impact to solve our problems, a lot of times they are neglected. Now, if we're going to talk about the gas economy and deepening the penetration, having more Nigerians adopt gas, how many gas technicians have we produced? How many are we training? We don't have gas development technologies, gas technology development centers all over the country. We have 774 countries, local governments in the country. How many have anybody that you can call upon, come and fix my gas, come and help me do the plumbing for gas circulation? So all these are the critical problems that we, a lot of times, do neglect. And for as long as we neglect that, we find that to get somebody or convince people to come and adopt gas, it's still a pipe dream because we really don't have the skills that is necessary. So I will advocate for more funding for technical education in this country and not neglect that sector of our training. And also, yes, in research and development, our research and development should be tailored to solving our own problems. A lot of times we do researches that cannot be immediately applied to our system, especially in the downstream sector. And if we continue to do that, then we'll continue to have the same problems, and we'll find that we keep moving in circles. So that is very important for us. So to address the skill gap, which definitely will help us to at least place on the path to addressing the challenges, then we must deliberately, as a country, help to fund this sector of education. Yes, the likes of NCDMB, PTDF, they are doing their bit, but I believe that all of us can do much more. And until we begin to really do that, then we still have our challenges with us. Thank you. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you so much, Principal and CEO of PTI, for bringing the perspective of the need for collaboration, not just in trying to create the centers or incubating the technology, but also developing the manpower in terms of the technicians who are supposed to now deploy such technologies and innovation down to the grassroots. We'll now try and invite and also trying to provide us linkages, which is important apart from for the researchers, also for the unskilled manpower, which the industry requires. We would like to invite the Corporate and Regulatory Affairs Director of AOS, who are responsible for manufacturing pumps, sensors. Let them give us the perspective as we try as much as possible to have technology innovation in the midstream and downstream sector. Irene, I yield to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everyone, once again, and thank you for this opportunity. To buttress what the principal of PTI has said, and also what one of the panelists have said, it is really important for us to, to look at our research and development. That should be taken seriously. What AOS is doing basically is we continuously train our in-house technicians constantly. Right now, as we speak, some of our technicians are on training. So, and what we also do is we try as much as we can to involve interns, because these guys are the future of tomorrow. So by involving our interns and our already existing technicians, we make sure that they're up to speed on the current trends, in the industry. Now, when it comes to manufacturing, of course, most of our manufacturings are done in country. For those that we're unable to do right now, we have partners that we liaise with, but most of the time our products are manufactured in country. Some of our facilities, or most of our facilities, are based in Port Harcourt. I'm sure quite a number of us must be familiar with the AOS facilities where we manufacture our pipes, our wire line, basically our ICCS cabinets. All these things are done in country. I'll give an instance. We were able to help to complete a project that we were handling for Shell last year, and everything was sourced in country. Everything were manufactured in country, and we were able to present the ICCS cabinet to Shell. Of course, we had representatives from DPR, from NCDMB, and the likes who monitored this project. And at the end of the day, they were satisfied, really, really satisfied with the outcome of the project. And then they made mention that, for the first time, they're seeing an indigenous organization manufacturing to international standard. So that is what AOS is all about. That is what we're pushing, and bringing it home to technology. What are the technologies we are deploying? Of course, we're deploying the already existing technologies, but we're not resting on our oars. We're making sure that whatever technology it is that is currently in use, we do our best to live up to expectation so that we're not left behind. I hope that answers the question, sir.
Thank you, Arim, for your contribution. Basically, yes, you are providing technology solution and trying to build them in country as part of the Nigerian content requirement. The only contribution which we're expecting is that, yes, as you need to also partner with NCDMB and RTI, as those technologies through those centers are being incubated in country, and they now test those technology. Are you going to now manufacture such technology and try to, after the patent and the deployment and they go to the market, will you be at the forefront of partnering with them to roll out those technologies in terms of mass solution to the populates? If you take that perspective before I go to RTI, Irene.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Like I mentioned before, yes, we're in the forefront of manufacturing indigenously. And of course, we'll be looking to partner with our local or in-house organizations. When the NCDMB representative was making his presentation, one of the slides that struck me was the effort they're putting in, collaborating with some of the federal technical institutions like FUTO, FUTA, and the likes. So of course, we will be open to having a collaboration with the educational facilities. Also, we're already in collaboration with NCDMB, and of course, there's always room to take it a step further.
Thank you. I would invite the essay to the Chief Innovative Officer to also, in trying to incubate and patent those technologies which will help solve the gaps and challenges in country. It has to also be commercial and also comparable to other technologies because it's solving an indigenous solution. So it's not just technology in itself, which is much more expensive. It has to be commercially driven and cost savings to the end users. I yield to you.
So it just came up now. Thank you very much, moderator. Just to add a bit of an extra thought to what you had said. Yes, technology shouldn't be an end in itself. That is very, very certain. Hello. All right, so technology shouldn't necessarily be an end to itself. As he had rightly mentioned, it has to be comparable to what we have in other climes. But it becomes more advantageous to you if you are able to look at it from the indigenous aspect. When you say that, you're technically looking at how you are able to adapt local resources that you have towards creating some form of enablement to allow you to get to the yes. So we have, let's say in the upstream sector, for instance, the drilling mods that, or bits that you use, they are actually resources in country that you can actually leverage upon, or probably do some form of research on, to be able to adapt that. And in RTI, we found out that we actually have amazing research capability that have been done that are probably just sitting somewhere waiting for someone to come knocking or to make demands for it. And this you see especially in the higher institutions. You know, NCDMB had earlier mentioned the triple helix, you know, where you have the government, the industry, and of course the academic institutions and research centers come together as a whole to sort of forge ways that you can win. We had recently had this handshake with the NUC. We felt that it would be good if we were able to penetrate from the aspect of going through the NUC. They can literally, they have that rallying power to be able to bring people in the academia together for us to have meaningful conversations and actually see how we can explore not what they are about to do or what they want to do, but what they've actually done that is probably sitting somewhere in the libraries of universities, polytechnics, and a lot of other institutions across Nigeria. So it's important that when you are thinking of ideating or providing a solution, you don't just sit in a vacuum and not take cognizance of what is happening outside of yourself. So that's where collaboration plays a very impactful role and also plays a very meaningful role, as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would, in the next panelist, Dr. Emmanuel, I would like you to look at currently, even if we transit to our transition fuel using gas, we also know from the statistics presented by RTI, 41% of the gas consumption is basically for export. So there are two major challenges. It has to do with why are the international oil companies preferring more of export when it comes to LNG. Are there gaps in terms of securitization of their own funds? Because if the market and if they can receive their proceeds here, they will definitely want the local market. That's one. Then two, are there opportunities for us to increase in-country capacity? If you do about 6 billion scoff of gas and high-rich gas, probably you would, and you harness condensate from them, you're going to have about 200,000 barrels of oil condensate refinery where you have products in country, 20 million liters of PMS. So I need you to discuss from that perspective, why do we have those gaps in midstream? Are there opportunities in the PIA for us to address that? Dr. Emmanuel.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, everybody. My pleasure to be here. And it's been a wonderful session listening to my co-panelists and the speakers. Mr. Moderator, you've given me some mandate to address why the IOCs are not looking at localization of more domestication, I would say, of gas investment, especially at the local level, and also how we can increase the in-country capacity. But if you don't mind, I would want to take this along with certain thoughts I intended to present, because this is a very interesting session. We're in technology innovation, and I'm speaking really from, I'm sitting and speaking really from the point of view of human capacity development. And I would like to go through that together. I mean, take all of that together with the challenge you have given me. So I could just speak from where I am here without sharing slides. I just have 2 slides, but I can talk through them so that we can save some time also. So the theme for this program, this seminar is this symposium, I mean to say, is closing the infrastructure gap. And I thought that this can be reframed in terms of how can we get the volumes we have in the upstream down to the downstream, and what is impeding that. So we do know that even the volumes are not quite there. So availability, accessibility, I think my sister from out here mentioned some of these, and Dr. Inag also, vandalization and the rest of And of course, at this point, I'm also asking if NGC, before we know it, will it become a monopoly that we have to struggle with? We know the challenges with monopoly, inefficiency. What can be done now to make them to remain a monopoly while they also achieve higher operational efficiency, so that the culture is different from that of we are monopoly or we own everything. So a few things I wanted to suggest is for consideration. My experience with this industry, that access to information is so it's dismal. Go to our websites, all the major entities, NNPC and co. You really don't get much data to work with. Most of the time, what you see there, they are even just compiled into PDF format. So Dr. Ina talked about analysis. I know that's not the level, that's not enough data, but if we don't start building, having the right philosophy of data curation, data aggregation, data curation, now we may not be able to progress into the digital transformation framework and infrastructure that we need to achieve that. So also we are talking about skill requirements for this midstream and downstream. My brother just talked about that from PTI. We need to consider that projects are not quite there. So what is being done in that direction? People will not be trained from PTI or other institutions and go out and they have no jobs. Also, is there any work done or being done that can be shared with the industry regards the skills gap, the skill gaps evaluation? Has there been an evaluation done that for us to go this far in the midstream and downstream, these are the skills required and all that, but what are they? Have they been dimensioned? I think those are some things that one of these our bodies need to consider. And then, of course, capacity building is always there. I would think that in terms of digital transformation capacity building, these are, let me call all of them regulators, need to be be more intentional about how they go about it. I think some of us have already said that digital transformation is not just throwing some pieces of hardware around offices and all that. In fact, a lot of people don't as yet know the difference between digitization and digital. I think that in our organizations, everybody, every staff, perhaps from certain level, has to be digitally savvy, and that's not about using computer or software.
So then, you have of course, 2 minutes to ramp up. 2 minutes.
No problem, I'm ramping up. Digital strategic training also had to be considered, not just in one department, but perhaps across board also. So I think I've answered, I hope I answered your question, Mr. Moderator, and also these are some points I wanted to throw it on the table so that we can chew them together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Truly your contribution is appreciated. Before I call the next respondent on the NGC, which you mentioned, whether they are going to still remain a monopoly, I think the PIA allows open access. So there is already open access provision in the PIA, if that is right. And so it doesn't pipelines for the open access. I would invite to give us perspective when it comes, because after talking about technology and innovation, without the matching funds, we are just talking. So we need to, for us to grow. Okay. Okay. We'll take. So we'll like the GM from NCDMB to address the issue of infrastructural fund and also the mechanism to invest actively in the midstream and downstream sector. There will still be that gap, irrespective of the technology and innovation. We also commend NCDMB for participating in trying to funding some of the condensate refineries, especially the one in Bielsa, but there's still gap in that sector. So what happens to the funding to help grow that? And if you're also funding your sector, then international oil companies will also see it's viable because there's a fund recovery mechanism which there must be a basis for you to fund and how you can securitize your funds. I yield to you, Malam Abdul Hakim.
Thank you very much. Okay, talking about funding the infrastructure for the midstream and downstream, I'll use the NCDMB case study. So what we realized is that we continue to talk about gaps in refining capacity. For many years, government had issued licenses for modular refineries, and also we have the state-owned refineries which were operating at less than 10% capacity utilization. So the approach we took was to look at how do we catalyze modular refinery financing. And we took that decision from two perspectives, based on two considerations. One is to close the gap in refining, but also to go into those organizations with a local consumption of gas, especially to unserved areas. So now the investment decisions were very strategic. They are on short-term basis because we're going to exit. But ultimately, it has opened the frontiers of opportunities that exist in the gas business. And if we take the second dimension very seriously, it means future modular refineries, for instance, the inside battery limits, will be thinking about how to get that technology locally. Working with our institutions, working with our researchers, we should be able to find local solutions to our refinery ecosystem and also our midstream and downstream business. So that is the way we have approached it, and local continental in our decision-making process. So now, finally, let me just mention that we have looked at it globally. You're aware that even the GMD was with us last week, where the APO, Africa Petroleum Producers Organization, and Afrexim Bank signed an agreement, because gas business is capital intensive. So some of our financial institutions may not necessarily be able to have the capacity. So we're looking at Afrexim as another window to look at it from an Africa perspective, because the infrastructure that we need is not just for Nigeria, but also across Africa, because the quantum of gas that we have is more than what Nigeria requires. So we need to export gas to other countries through pipelines and so on. So we're looking at it at a continental level, just the way the European Union have trade agreements for gas. The APO-Afrexim partnership with the support of NNPC is intended to drive that process, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of funding coming the way of Nigeria for the midstream and downstream business if the partnership eventually crystallizes. MOU has been signed, but now the working agreement has to be perfected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigerian content perspective. Yes, and also trying to fund the different aspects of midstream and downstream with a view of exiting once those infrastructures are created and the company is viable, you have an exit strategy. and it can now be self-sustaining. We have the only thing we have looked at, we've not looked at basically, nobody has touched on, has to do with the thefts and losses in the pipeline, which was also mentioned by Dr. Wisdom, and we've not made contributions from there, but we have two questions which have come from the audience. Those questions, I think, are not for this panel. The first one, please, can you confirm the consideration of natural gas as a renewable energy and what this means to Nigerian oil and gas sector? Natural gas is not a renewable energy in itself, so it's basically is a clean fuel, but not a renewable energy. The second question is the decade of gas, NGEP as a policy directive to facilitate Nigerian transition to gas-based economy. Yet all have not translated into tangible impact of major beneficiaries of the policy on the street in terms of accessibility, pricing and affordability. What could be responsible and possible solutions to the identified challenge? To answer that directly, I think basically the decade of gas is still in the second year. It's a 10-year program, and basically for us to have the gas-based economy, you have the period of investment in infrastructure, the period that you now have to go through after the investment. Those that invested have to recoup. There's going to be pricing, but because you're not going to cap the pricing, it will be based on market dynamics, and the market dynamics will now determine the pricing, and there will now be return on investment. It is after the return on investment that you're going to see the costs go lower. So for now translating to the street, yes, the ultimate customer is the consumers. So affordability comes with, if every other person in the value chain, there is efficiency in the value chain, then affordability is what you now get to the person on the street. But then I would like us to address the issue of, yes, as we develop those infrastructure in the midstream and downstream, the losses that we have in the system in terms of from accountability of product, because once we do our product transfer custody or crude transfer custody, we need technology in terms of why do we have to be having manpower when it comes to deploying security and DSS to track tankers all the way from Lagos to supply fuel, or why do we have such massive product losses? Dr. Wisdom touched on that. If we can look at it, that's the only part of the infrastructural gap which we have not discussed as a panel. Any contribution from Principal and CEO of PTI?
Thank you very much. And I think the presentation from NCDMB also touched on the use of technology to monitor the distribution and to monitor such leakages. We need to adopt the technology. I don't know how effective or how affordable it is, so that, but I think there are technologies available today that can help us to monitor, and really we don't need to have a whole contingent of military personnel to monitor that has not worked and it won't. So it's to further improve on technology, and there are also the social aspects of it. Why do people vandalize, and also to find ways to discourage such vandalism, and also to get people that would otherwise vandalize, how do we get them gainfully engaged to also make vandalism of pipelines not as attractive as it is today. So it's a whole suite of possibilities that could be done. But in terms of technology, yes, technology is available, and we can deploy the technology to help to solve, even if it doesn't totally eliminate, we can at least substantially reduce the incidences of the vandalism, and more importantly, to be able to trace, even if there's vandalism, let's collect the facts, let's collect data, and to trace and to be able to apprehend the culprits. Okay.
Thank you. Perspective from RTI.
I think there's a bit of a lag between when this comes up and when it picks. All right, thank you very much for the kind invitation once more. My esteemed panelists from PTI, you know, I really like bringing in the role of the academia in what we do. He has been able to throw some really great light. But in addition to that, I would want to also encourage that this kind of forums that we're having now, you know, they usually, at the end of this forums, they have like technical papers or suggestions or whatever comes out of it. But I would want to encourage that regardless of how we see our role as industry players, and in that sense, it's also very important that we find a way to be able to scale up those kind of recommendations, this kind of industry papers to a certain level whereby people that are in the room that can actually make decisions, binding decisions that can take us to the years, are able to have this kind of opportunities. A striking example comes to mind. I remember at the very beginning stage when the PIB then, you know, were still being discussed and all that. I think there was this group, it's a women group actually within the industry. They were able to sort of lobby to a very huge extent. Most people wouldn't know that this kind of things actually happen, but a credible organization like SPE can actually find a way to lobby their way into decision making. And in doing that, I would want to sort of assume, or rather encourage, that should be the way to go. So I don't know if that sort of provides any form of insight into the conversation we're having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. SPE is basically a technical platform for engineers sharing ideas and providing solutions to the industry, and collaboration amongst practitioners in the industry. It does not lobby. Rather, at the end of this session, it will submit recommendation to the appropriate policymakers as to its own recommendation. But it's not into lobby. It's one of the guidelines of SPE. And luckily, the chairman of the board of trustees of SPE is sitting here. He used to be the African regional director. And when Abuja was created, he was actually the director for Africa. So he's not part of SPE. I would, at this juncture, want to appreciate the SPE Nigerian Council, the council chairman, Professor Olafui, the BOT, and also Abuja section for organizing this symposium and inviting us to the panelists who have done justice to it and the different perspective. What is important is that for us is that we bridge the gap, and we have a new opportunity under the PIA for us to rejig the midstream and downstream sector. The challenges, yes, but with technology and innovation, we can solve a lot of our problem. The opportunities for us to maximize in terms of technology and solutions, yes, those opportunities will bring value to the shareholders of each of our companies if we maximize them in the right form. The incubation centers and centers of excellence, which Nigerian Content is trying to partner, provides us that platform if we key into that. So everybody here, those who are also not in this room, who are online, can also participate, and there are benefits for them. I will also especially thank SPE for myself, who also is an SPE member and over time has developed capacity using SPE, and being a director in Abuja and also a member of the Board of Trustees. We want to thank every member who have attended this session and also the panelists. And on behalf of the Nigerian Council Chairman, we want to appreciate Nigerian Content Division, Malam Abdul Hakim. Thank you for coming. The CEO of PTI, Dr. Dr. Wisdom from ExxonMobil. We appreciate you. And also Lady Blossom, thank you for coming. We appreciate. Thank you.
You would agree that our moderator, Engineer George Kalu, did an amazing job. Please, can we appreciate Engineer George Kalu? And of course, all of our panelists, both in person and online. Please appreciate them once again. So, sir, I would like to have a quick photo session in front with the BOT chair, the chairman planning committee, the MD Nigerian Gas Company. So please join them for. I'm made to understand that we also have some plaques for all of our amazing speakers. Ushers, kindly give them in front here. Section Director, Mr. Ereyala, kindly join us here. Our amazing treasurer, please join us. We need a woman in front. Dr. Kafaya Tadeyemi, please. Engineer Ume, thank you. For our virtual panelists, we would probably reveal your plaques to you. Thank you too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please kindly understand that lunch is served. However, Engineer Alec Musa will kindly guide all of our VIPs for lunch. Thereafter, delegates can follow suit. Also understand that the very next panel session and the last panel session for today starts by 1:30 p.m. Of course, the next panel session will be on gas infrastructure financing models. So, ladies and gentlemen, see you by 1:30. Enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
his technical team. I hope we enjoyed our lunch. I hope we enjoyed it.
Recording in progress.
I'm not here. Are you hearing me? I hope you enjoyed our lunch. Did we? Okay, okay. So please, once again, do me a favor and fill the seats in front of you, please. I wouldn't want us to have seats in front while we sit at the back. Kindly do me that favor of coming forward. The gentleman on the middle row, please fill the seats in front of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So right from day one, yesterday, we have been speaking about closing the infrastructural gaps. We've been speaking about this topic, unlocking the potentials of the midstream and downstream petroleum sector in Nigeria. However, to close this gap, one key part we must speak about is financing models. So this panel session 4 would take into cognizance gas infrastructure financing models. And of course, we have an array of very experienced speakers who I believe would do justice to this session. Of course, I'll quickly recognize them. I made to understand we have 4 of our speakers virtually, a moderator virtually. I'll recognize all of them. And of course, after which, we'll bring them on for the panel session 4. Let me quickly start by recognizing the presence of the Managing Director, Annual Gas Processing Company, who joined us some minutes ago. Welcome, sir. I speak of Mr. Okechukwu Mba. Thank you, sir. Also want to recognize the presence of the Managing Director, Greenwell LNG, Ms. Ritu Sahawala. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. And of course, still here present is the Executive Director of the Midstream Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund of the NMDPRA, Monsol Clear, who is ably represented by the Infrastructure Fund Director, the Director of Mid and Down Gas Infrastructure Fund, Musa Tambuwal. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, thank you. And virtually, we also have some amazing panelists. I want to confirm they can hear me. I speak of the Chief Executive Officer, Eco City Projects Limited, Nobit Shalsuk. Please confirm you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I'll enable my video shortly.
Thank you, sir. I also made you understand that joining us virtually is the moderator for today. He's the SA to the board chairman, Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Dr. Chijoke Mama. Please confirm you can hear me, sir.
Good afternoon. I can hear you very well.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting to moderate the session. And still joining us virtually as the Group Chief Operating Officer, MRS Holdings Limited, Amina Maina, who is ably represented by the Director, Marine Ventures and Projects, Engineer Kingsley Ike. Please confirm you can hear me.
I can hear you clearly. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, thank you so much, sir. The last but not the least on this session, who is still joining us virtually, is the Divisional Head Corporate Banking of FCMB, Ronke Jibodu. Please confirm you can hear me, ma'am.
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So kickstarting immediately, we'll start by welcoming all of the in-person participants to have their seats. Well, and after which I'll hand over to the moderator, Chijoke Mama, to take center stage. So of course, the key speaker for today, ladies and gentlemen, who will be speaking on understanding the opportunities of midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund. Of course, he is represented by the Director, Mid and Down Gas Infrastructure Fund. Please help me welcome to the head table, Musa Tambuwal. Please, sir. You can join us on stage. Thank you. He will be giving us the key address for this theme. Thank you. And still joining him also would be the Managing Director, Arno Gas Processing Company, Mr. Okechukwu Mba. Okay, you can come to this, just leave one seat, the next seat. So we have a woman in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, to round up for our in-person participants, please help me welcome the MD of Greenville LNG, Miss Ritu Sahawala. So the lead speaker is virtual. And of course, other panelists are virtual. At this juncture, I will hand over to our able moderator. So 1 hour 30 minutes is the time allotted for the entire session. So ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to the moderator, Dr. Chijioke Mama, as he takes over this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again to the MC for that introduction. I just want to confirm if my voice can be heard in the room. MC, can you hear my voice in the room?
We can hear you loud and clear, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm delighted to moderate this very important discussion this afternoon. And I would like to start by thanking the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Abuja section, for organizing this. We have very wonderful and experienced panelists who I do know will do justice to the discussion this afternoon. And the theme of this particular panel session is looking at the financing aspect of gas infrastructure development in Nigeria. So the introduction has been made for our panelists this afternoon. To save time, I would like us to go straight to the business of the day. Just to provide some kind of background, Nigeria has always been a gas-endowed country, but unfortunately, for decades, this resource endowment was neglected, both from a policy perspective and from an investment perspective. Fortunately, that trend has now changed, as we can attest to in the last few years. Firstly, and most notably, in 2017, June, the Federal Executive Council approved the Nigerian gas policy, which is a fine piece of document that provides the strategic direction for gas-based or gas sector development in Nigeria. And the overriding objective of that policy is to catalyze a gas-driven industrialization of this country. Shortly after that, we saw the launch in gas flare commercialization program, NGFCP, which was based on another legislation, the Flare Gas Waste and Pollution Prevention Regulation 2018. That program was designed to gradually reduce and eventually eliminate gas flaring in this country. And tied to that is the potential for industrialization as well through gas utilization projects that are tied to that, whether it is CNG, LNG, LPG utilization, or other petrochemicals. Shortly after that, we also saw the launching of the gas expansion program, which is another gas-based initiative aimed at optimizing the utilization of our natural gas resource endowment. And after that, again, the Decade of Gas initiative was announced by the ministry, also pursuing optimization of gas resources and potential industrialization. And over and above all that was the passing of the Petroleum Industry Act in 2021. And one very important aspect of that is the provision for the establishment of the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, which provides the much awaited financing solution to the funding crisis that this sector faces. So it is on this background that we are now discussing the financing opportunities, strategies, and tools that operators and developers in this sector could use to expand our gas infrastructure. And just to emphasize, that is not limited to pipeline. It also includes, upstream development programs and as well as gas processing projects, as we will hear from Mr. Okechumba this afternoon, who is participating in a very commendable gas development project in Nigeria. On that note, may I please invite our keynote speaker, that's Mr. Mansur Kulia, who is represented this afternoon by Mr. Tambua, to make the keynote speech. Mr. Tambua, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I beg to continue on the already established protocols. Mansur Kolia would have been here, but due to some other exigencies officially, is unable to attend this very important program as put by the SPE ATS. However, he directed that these few slides be presented on behalf of the keynote address. Can I have the slide on the show, please? Understanding the opportunities in the downstream, midstream and downstream. The midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund is established by Section 52 of the PIA 2021 as a corporate body, with its own governing council and chaired by the Honorable Minister. The purpose of the fund is to make equity investment of government on participating or shareholder interest in infrastructures related to midstream and downstream gas operation, aimed at increasing domestic consumption of natural gas in Nigeria and encouraging private investment. What are the major sources of this fund? The major source of this fund is 0.5% on the wholesale price of petroleum products and natural gas sold in Nigeria, and money received as a result of penalty from gas player. The future of gas fuel energy. Natural gas is the fastest growing fossil energy. In the industrial sector, there is growing demand for gas to replace other fuels to meet up with international emissions standards. Many coal and nuclear power plants are giving way to gas-fired power plants. In the transportation sector as well, gas is sought as alternative to conventional fuels in terms of to replace petrol and diesel. What are our resources? Nigerian gas resource, proven gas resource, is over 200 billion cubic feet, and that this proven reserve of gas has placed Nigeria as #1 in Africa in terms of gas reserve. Equally, placed Nigeria as #9 in the whole world in terms of gas reserve. Of this gas, 70% of the gas produced is being exported, which means there are more of gas being given out than being consumed internally. As a result, more has to be done to ensure that this gas is being utilized within Nigeria. Of this produced gas, 29% of it mostly goes to domestic use, 70% of it for power generation utilization. Now the value chain. The gas value chain in Nigeria, as can be seen, the flow lines which it will give both associated and non-associated gas plants. Then that side from the wells to the flow lines, fields, that's where the upstream. Then the downstream, the authority now will take up downstream, where you have the gas processing facilities. And these gas processing facilities, including refining, gas refining, and gas processing, then, which includes the transmission lines under the midstream. And the downstream, we are talking of the consumption, that is the gas distribution pipelines, through the pipelines, and trucks, barges, and rails. Granville, I'm sure all will confirm that to me here, or to us, that most of the LNG being transported by trucks to the far north from the east to the north. Also for fuels, that is power generation in terms of methanol plants and then fertilizer industries. That is the value chain at the downstream. Then we have the gas expansion or pipeline expansion and then planned gas infrastructure in Nigeria. As we can see from the map, we have the blue line there. It's mostly for trans-Saharan, trans-Nigerian gas pipeline. You can see it all the way from QIT, Kwaibom terminal, then up to Ajakuta, and then Ajakuta is connected to the other line that goes for AKK. AKK stands for Abuja, Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano pipeline. Also, you can see part of the gas infrastructures already online or available. You have the ELPS, ELPS, Escravos, Lagos pipeline, pipeline. This line is already active, is working, and the same thing, the line from Oben to Ajakuta, and then the line between Oben to the red line from the east. That line is, you have only, the line is completed, the pipeline is completed, only that it is not connected due to the river Niger. So now it's only to connect between the other side of the Oben station and then the Oben, Obiapu, Obricom. Then as soon as that line is connected, you have the complete cycle of the pipeline. All the green lines, all the green blocks there you are seeing, they are fields or gas fields. Now, based on the available resources and considering the inability to maximize the available gas resources in Nigeria, government came up with some initiatives towards increasing domestic gas utilization in Nigeria. Some of these initiatives include Nigerian Gas Master Plan, Nigerian Gas Transportation Network Card, Domestic Gas Delivery Obligation, Nigerian Gas Player Commercialization Program, and Decade of Gas, also as well as Nigerian Gas Expansion Program. This gas player commercialization program is aimed at, if not totally eliminating the gas flaring, at least it can be reduced. Part of the incentives on this commercialization is government's promotion of partnership on the investors or on the operators to reduce the flare with some incentives. Part of these incentives, there is tax holiday, there is tax holiday is one of them, and then perhaps through this fund now we'll have an upper hand whereby better projects are coming or are being instituted by the operators, where we can have more employment, more technology transfer, and more decrease in the gas flaring. What are the mandates and the reasons for the mandate of MDGI? MDGI stands for Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund. Part of the mandate is to identify the infrastructural gaps in the midstream and downstream gas operations. What are the infrastructural gaps? What are available? As you have seen from the previous slides, the non-infrastructures and what is available and the proposed infrastructures are there and then identified. Now, having identified that, what next? Make equity investment of government-owned participating or shareholder interest in midstream and downstream transportation. By the time the government or the fund now identified what are the gaps, then what government investment could come into those investments so that those gaps can be closed. Equally, to enhance domestic gas utilization and power generation and industrialization for economic development and diversification. We are all aware, it's a known fact that Nigeria will need no less than 20,000 megawatts a day, but we are only managing to manage about 5,000 megawatts for a population of over 200 million people. In this regard, diversification in this aspect will promote or will increase the gas utilization in the power generation. At the same time, ease the overburden demand for power generation from non-gas power generators. The fund also has a mandate to encourage, promote, support, and guarantee private investment in midstream and downstream gas operation or gas infrastructure and environmental sustainability. Obviously, there is no gainsaying that gas has more or is more friendly to the environment compared to other classification of fuels, petrol, diesel, wood, charcoal, all those, when it comes to environmental sustainability. What are the key economic value drivers? The economic key value drivers for upstream, downstream, and midstream, as you can see from the slide, the gas processing plants, which demand, there is higher demand in the country, there are very few, and then more are needed, and then come to liquefaction process. In the liquefaction process and pipeline, you obviously need more lines, and as a result, more investors are hereby or are expected to come into this this category of value chain. Then power generation, as no, the next one is the opportunities and enablers. Part of the opportunities that are in this MDGIF include the national gas policy. Under the national gas policy, there is supplier commercialization, I have mentioned it earlier, and gas network, and then mini LNG plants. Mini LNG plants will also come up to help and then provide the needed economic value and the CNG. The midstream, downstream gas infrastructure investment opportunities included, or the opportunities are there in the stranded gas field, gas gathering and processing plants, gas transportation and compression, gas trunk line to deliver gas to major cities, power plants, petrochemical plants, and other industrial areas. Gas park cities, like add-on, like stand-alone. By the time we have more auto-driven gas vehicles, automatically this is an opportunity for investing so that vehicles can just go and get the gas and go. Then you need pressure reducing points. Like, for example, this AKK line all the way from Ajakuta to Kano. Obviously, there are a lot of industries on the line. So, but the gas that will pass through the AKK line is a higher pressured gas. Obviously, there is need for substations to lower down or to bring down the pressure to the capacity or to the limit with which it can get to the neighboring industry. It's just like you are tower in a power line, where you have the trunk power line, the other ones, the taller ones, then you step it down to 13 kVA, 33 kVA, then to 11 kVA, just something like that. So in this nature of transmission, by the time you have the major pipeline, then you can have substations with that. Then the gas distribution as well. Then auto gas facilities and LPG storage and distribution facilities. Opportunities in the midstream gas. Our aspirations in MDGIF to enhance gas monetization, to accelerate gas infrastructural development, supply no less than 15 billion standard cubic feet a day for domestic and export commitment, accelerate gas-based economic development, and what are the gaps to ensure these aspirations are met. Pipeline infrastructures, 0.8 billion standard cubic feet of gas routinely flared, low domestic gas utilization for power, commercial and industrial activity. Then the potentials are there. Then in the downstream gas, the first one was on the downstream midstream, and then this one now is on the downstream gas. The aspiration is to develop fully liberalized gas market, to create enabling gas market, to invest or accelerate gas penetration, ensure gas efficiency, and accelerate the switch to auto gas vehicular fuel. And what are the gaps? Inadequate downstream gas infrastructure, partial deregulation, low LPG penetration, low CNG utilization, gas project financing, and what are the available potentials? The available potentials in this sector or in this downstream gas include market liberalization, extensive awareness on use of gas, strategic national programs on gas, increasing adoption of gas as transportation fuel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I beg to conclude as Nigeria is blessed, we all know. Nigeria is blessed with abundant natural gas resources. Therefore, a robust midstream and downstream gas infrastructure presents the much needed opportunities for Nigeria's economic development through industrialization. So the MDGIF, Midstream and Gas Infrastructure Fund, will be fully committed to promoting and supporting private investment in infrastructure projects related to the midstream and downstream gas operations. I thank you so very much for your listening.
Are expecting with respect to what the mandate and the plans of the midstream downstream gas infrastructure fund is. It's also important to emphasize, like you have said, that this fund will be critical to expanding the footprint of natural gas within the downstream sector, especially in a time when fossil financing around the world is facing a lot of challenges. There's no better solution than using our own domestic financing, especially the one that has some kind of sovereign participation, which is the case with MDGIF. Thank you very much once again. May I please invite our next speaker. The lead speaker is Mr. Norbert Shalsok, who is the CEO of Eco City Projects Limited. Mr. Norbert, please.
Mr. Mama, thank you very much for having me. And I want to thank also the keynote speaker for giving us a very, very good perspective in terms of what the agenda is for the midstream infrastructure fund. And so that has set the tone. I would like to share my screen with a little presentation that I have, if you can please allow me.
Moderator, please. I believe the share screen button is enabled. You can go ahead to share your screen.
Not yet. It's not enabled.
Okay.
Okay, it is now. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I'll move quickly through this. Good afternoon, everyone, to the distinguished guests and to SPE. Thank you very much, SPE Abuja section, for having me. To the chairman, Amina, and her team, thank you very much. I'm going to move quickly through my slides because, of course, the tone has been set. I'm just going to open up certain aspects for discussion. So, but I cannot commence this discussion without, first of all, talking about the PIA. I think it's one of the paradigm-changing events of this era. The PIA has been in the offing for over 20 years, since 2000, when the late Ron Lukman-led committee pushed for the reform committee to be set up. And 20 years later, we have a signature. After several attempts at the National Assembly, we have the bill signed by Mr. President. So I must commend Mr. President for this very bold act. With countries in Africa had oil. Fast forward 2015, almost everybody has oil. And so when a commodity becomes abundant, then you're going to have an issue with pricing and value. And so looking at what the other countries also that have done, that have discovered oil, they've accelerated their law for petroleum reforms. And so you're going to have huge competition on the African front as to what to do with our hydrocarbon resource. And so the earlier we find a way to harness our resource and make it count for us, the better for us. I would say Nigeria is more of a gas nation than an oil nation. And so it is coming at a very, very critical time that not only has the PIA been signed into law, but also the fact that the world is in transition, and with the Paris Accord that was signed, and the whole different countries declaring net zero targets, the world is trending towards a future where you're going to have natural gas and renewables. And so in terms of energy transition for Africa, the areas of fields of action for Africa are classified into four. Number one, we have to promote access to energy. Number two, the investment in gas infrastructure has to be de-risked. And so the establishment of a midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund, it's very well timed and well structured. CBN intervention funds and also all of the intervention funds that have been coming on stream are a perfect fit to the four fields of action that have been defined for energy transition for Africa. Now, what are the opportunities that have been opened up by the PIA? There are many opportunities as captured by the keynote speaker. And so basically, all of these opportunities are embedded in the market as it is. But of course, before you talk about the opportunities, you have to talk about what are the challenges that we have. Ms. Dumbwell mentioned about the enactment of the law that has passed 0.5% levy to be charged on petroleum consumption, and it to be applied to development of gas infrastructure projects in country. Now the question is, what is that infrastructure gap? The map you're seeing in front of you shows you in terms of the massive task we have ahead of us. All of the gas pipelines are concentrated down south. The CNG stations as well are concentrated down south. So from today, if you convert all the vehicles in other parts of the country now to use CNG, the biggest problem you're going to have is how do you get the CNG there? Now, also, this also puts forth a problem in the sense that if you give someone a loan to roll out a CNG doctor station somewhere now, the question is, are there vehicles that can use CNG right now? So these are big questions. And this all puts everything into perspective in terms of the kind of investment that needs to go into driving the local gas market. So I want to compare Nigeria to where other countries are. In Nigeria, of course, we have about 5,000 to 6,000 vehicles currently using gas. and about 17 retail stations for CNG. Now compare that to Iran. Iran has about 150,000 distribution pipelines and about 2,461 CNG stations and about 4 to 5 million natural gas vehicles. India has about 3.4 million. And then, so in terms of the gap that needs to be closed, this is the kind of journey that we need to undertake. You're going to see shortly why this is very, very important. So now, in terms of the infrastructure gap that needs to be filled with respect to this CNG trucks, the retail outlets, CNG vehicles, LPG filling plants, and all of that, you're looking at an investment, I estimate about $6.5 billion to be invested in market infrastructure, supply and logistics linkages, and so on. My colleagues in government have put that at almost $10 billion. And so in terms of the size of investment, we need to cover the infrastructure gap. You're looking at upwards between $6 to $10 billion. Now, what the government has provided for in the law, the question is, does it cover this gap? And so based on my assessment, there's the 0.5% that's been provided for in the law is going to help maybe raise about $70 to maybe $100 million a year. Now, if you need $6.5 billion to cover infrastructure investment over 10 years, that means you need average about $650 million invested every year in infrastructure. That money has to either come from private investment or financing from banks or from the infrastructure fund. And so if you have to appropriate the 0.5%, it's going to take us, a long time to be able to cover this infrastructure fund. The PIB bill, the PIB version of 2018 provided about 5%. That would have resulted in a revenue of about $700 million, as you can see here. And that would have covered our infrastructure financing requirements sufficiently and, be able to drive a sector that will set sustainable after a long while. And so this for me defines the gap. And so for you to be able to assess and address the infrastructure gap in Nigeria and drive growth locally, you need to be able to see what other countries have done. And I want to put this in perspective before I leave the floor for Mr. Mama. I want to give an example with Iran. They were locked out from the whole world in early 2000 because of sanctions. And so this is a country that was blessed with massive amounts of oil and massive amounts of gas. And so what did they do? They now looked inwards to say, okay, let's develop our local gas market so we can use our gas to be able to meet our local demands. And so they set up an agency called the Iranian Fuel Conservation Organization. And that organization basically promoted natural gas consumption through public education. They funded conversion schemes, invested in CNG retail outlets, and they opened about 1,000 conversion workshops across the country. And they provided conversion of vehicles for free for the first 5 years. Now, see what happened. By 2000, they had no CNG stations or no gas consumption locally. 2006, it moved to 4 million cubic meters. By 2019, they were at 21 million cubic meters of gas and 2,460 stations based on a deliberate scheme that started 20 years ago. Now, 21 million cubic meters of gas is equivalent to about 700 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. Now, that's the amount of gas that the entire power sector in Nigeria consumes. And so Iran was able to drive a sector to grow to the size of the Nigerian power sector by simply incentivizing consumption. And so looking forward also at Indonesia, because we like using the Indonesian model, government was heavily subsidizing kerosene. Government was also spending so much on kerosene, and then poor people the poor were dependent on firewood and so on. And so the government decided to invest in cylinders, and they gave the cylinders for free to everyone. Now, guess what happened? By 2001, they set out to share 42 million cylinders to Indonesian homes. By 2011, more than 54 million homes subscribed to that. So you come with your kerosene stove and you exchange for LPG cylinder. And with that, they were able to drive down the subsidy, create employment, and they're able to save about $5 to $6 billion in subsidy. And so this is the kind of model that Nigeria has to undertake for it to be able to close infrastructure gap. Because first of all, nobody can afford to convert their vehicles at the moment. I'm like, if I have to convert my vehicle, I need to find 250,000 naira to do that. Secondly, most Nigerians cannot afford cylinders. And so there's a lot that needs to go into driving this market for us to be able to find a market that we can supply and invest in. And so I'll stop here, Mr. Mama, and just leave the floor for you. I just raised a few issues that we can discuss subsequently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norbert. I do believe that your presentation has emphasized the opinion of many experts in Nigeria, which is that most of the milestones or exciting developments in the gas sector in the last few years have been focused on the supply side. So aggressive development of gas transmission infrastructure, reviewing gas pricing, fiscal frameworks for upstream development. Most of these things are enabling supply, but we haven't quite made tantamount progress in terms of enabling demand. So, and if we produce all the gas, make it available everywhere, if we do not have the right kind of gas utilization projects, then all of those investments and policy efforts would have amounted to a waste of time. So exactly. It's important to understand that we need consumption drivers, and that's the reason why the National Gas Expansion Program is promoting auto gas, which is the use of LPG or CNG in automobiles, as well as the expansion of LPG use, penetration into rural areas, which you have also hinted, given an example of how other nations like Iran and Indonesia managed to achieve that. So thank you very much for that. And I think over your presentation is the need to enable other kind of financing beyond what the MDGIF might do, and that also includes increasing the appetite of commercial banks in Nigeria to finance low capital gas development projects. And that takes me to our next speaker, who's actually coming from the banking sector, and that is okay, our next speaker will be Madam Amina Mena, who is ably represented by Mr. Okechukwu here. I believe there is a paper to be presented. Please, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kingsley K. I am standing in for Amina Mena, who is unavoidably absent. She's on assignment, but has taken her quite far. I would be participating in the panel discussions. The presentation is not available at this moment, but that would be sent later. But generally, on her behalf, she was really very sorry for not being able to participate, and she sent her apologies. On her behalf, I would, without a presentation, just briefly, just take a cue from what the other speakers have said. If that is acceptable, I will proceed. Moderator.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So, generally, the topic she was supposed to be talking on is on the mechanics of attracting funds to the midstream, downstream gas sector. Generally, funding of oil and gas projects essentially would require bank financing essentially in Nigeria where we are. And bank financing could come in the form of debt financing, equity financing, different forms of financing models. However, depending on the model you choose to adopt, you would be concerned essentially with the inherent risk in that model. Okay, for example, key financing risk when it comes to infrastructure projects includes construction risk, for example. If you are going to embark on a project and that project is essentially going to depend on the completion of other projects. For in the gas sector, for example, if you're going to be depending on an upstream project for you to get your feedstock, if for any reason you have a challenge with that upstream project and you are ready, you would have just wasted money, and whatever is the funding cost will be running while the upstream project is yet to be completed. So essentially, this is the major concern if you're going to attract any funding, whether it's going to come from the bank or whether it's going to get some equity companies to participate. They would want to know that everything is properly tied in and there is no such risk. The other one that is a major concern for you to attract funds is policy inconsistency. From what we heard from the keynote speaker, the fund that has been provided for in the PIA sounds quite attractive. But if you look at the evolution of the PIA from the close to 20 years to around 2018, where the second speaker mentioned that in 2018, a provision of 0.5% was made for this fund. And by the time it was ready for approval in 2020, it had gone down to 0.5%. If considerations are built around such policies for you to attract funding, you would also see that down the line, your numbers would no longer be adding up if you are going to go into investment, and the source of funding you were hoping on getting would have diminished. Again, the other major consideration when it comes to attracting funding in this sector, essentially, security concern within our client. One thing is we can navigate the dynamics of either increasing consumption or increasing supply and then getting the infrastructure that we need. But if the enabling security, safe environment is not guaranteed, everything may just dissipate. And the track record of our country in the recent years, I think, is a major source of concern to investors all over the world. And if that is not sorted out, it would also affect the appetite of investors to throw money into gas infrastructure, whether downstream or midstream in the country. Having said that, generally, in attracting funds for any major project in the gas sector, one would have essentially designed mitigation measures that take into consideration some of these key risk factors that I've talked about. Once you've taken care of these, you would now be able to now look at the market dynamics, essentially in an atmosphere of good security, stable quality, consistent policy. You would now be dealing essentially with how do you recover and how do you now deal with the other sides. And if this is taken care of and the banks are comfortable with the numbers they are seeing, or the equity contributors, the other stakeholders they are comfortable, you would generally proceed, making sure that all the controls are in place and all the monitoring systems are in place to ensure that all the stakeholders at the end of the day, it will be a win-win. The PIA essentially was designed to ensure that the federal government attracts more funding, attracts investors, and at the same time, that investors who are coming in make money. But if federal government is able to handle its own side and the investors at the end of the day face these risks that I talked about, and they are not able to meet the targets for coming into the industry, I think that particular outcome would affect other likely investors in the future. With these few points I've just said now, I want to once more apologize. We would send in a detailed presentation that covers what I've said as we go into the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. Thanks for providing those insights. Yes, so I would like us to move to the panelists here who have actually gone ahead to develop commendable projects in the gas sector, because in spite of all the complaints and observations around limited financing, all the challenges for raising capital in the gas sector, some people have gone ahead to build commendable projects, as I said before. Apparently, there's a recipe, for that, and there are lessons to be learned too. So I want to direct my next question to the MD of Ano Gas Processing Company, Mr. Okechukwu Mba. Mr. Okechukwu, your organization has gone ahead to build a gas processing, or is building a gas processing plant, a project that is viewed as very critical, for enabling a lot of things in the gas sector. Please, can you share with us what were the key enablers from a financing perspective for this project, and what are the lessons for you so far?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll start by thanking the chair of SPE Abuja section. Thank you for the opportunity to be at this technical session. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. To your question, let me say a couple of things about the financing for AGPC Ano Gas Plant project. In February 2021, February last year, we successfully closed the $260 million funding for completion of the Ano Gas Plant project. So with the financing closed, the project is fully de-risked from a financing point of view, which is one of the challenges that projects do face in Nigeria. We had a consortium of 7 banks, 5 local banks, including UBA, Zenith, Stanbic, Union Bank, and FCMB, and 2 international banks, First Rank Bank of South Africa and Mauritius Commercial Bank. The funding commitments for that funding exercise was $450 million, way in excess of what we required. So it was a very highly successful exercise, and I will go ahead to share a few of the critical success factors that made that funding exercise quite successful. One of them is the credibility and the track record of the sponsors, the promoters of the project. So you have NMPC, directly represented by NGC and Seplat. So these are 2 companies who are champions of domestic gas business in Nigeria. Strong track record with the lenders in terms of performance and delivery. So that made a big difference. For instance, Seplat with the Oben gas plant project has demonstrated ability to deliver projects of this size. If you will recall, Oben gas plant was expanded from 90 million scope to 465 million scope per day at a very cost-efficient level. And NGC, as you know, has delivered a number of gas pipeline projects and do operate those pipelines today. So you have a mix of two reputable promoters with a strong track record. So that gave a lot of confidence to the lenders. The second one is the project itself is a viable one. We're able to demonstrate a strong cash flow. So ANOH Gas has relatively high condensate yield. So with that and a very efficient project cost, we're able to produce financial models that show strong cash flows, healthy ratios, and that increase the appetite of the banks in financing the project. Another one is the high equity stake that the sponsors put in the project. So that was a strong demonstration of confidence in the project by the equity holders and also gave confidence to the lenders. So it demonstrates that the sponsors have a skin in the game and it made it easier for the banks to come in. Once again, the partners that we are working with on that project, because this is a typical midstream project where we are taking wet gas upstream, purchasing, processing, and selling it. So on the upstream, you have a strong IOC like Shell, developing the upstream. They are going to produce the gas on a daily basis. AGPC is going to process, and part of our off-takers, you have NGMC. So credible players within the value chain coming together to make this project one that lenders can have confidence in. And also we're able to develop a good ESG management model, environment, social and governance management model to satisfy the requirements of the lenders, especially the international lenders, because they are subscribers to the Equator Principle, the IFC standards for assessing the environmental risks of any project and a clear plan of how you deal with risks that come with developing projects of that nature. So, being able to come to the table with an effective plan, a cost-efficient project, strong cash flows, and reputable and credible sponsors made a big difference in getting that project financed. So maybe I can say a little bit about the project itself. The ANOH Gas Plant project is a 300 million scope per day integrated gas plant project. We will produce dry gas, condensate, and LPG. The project is far advanced, and next year we should have our first gas in the market. So a 300 million scope is a substantial project, will increase domestic gas volume by at least 25%. And if all of that were to go into power, we can expect to have an increase in power generation by up to 25%. And what do we see as a strong business model for going into this investment? As you know today, a lot of power is generated in Nigeria off-grid. That comes using diesel generators that emit at least 30% higher carbon into the environment, deliver cost levels at about 2-3 times the cost of generating power using gas-fired turbines. So the strong business case is there. But you need to be able to attract the financing to move the gas from molecules in the ground to power delivered to homes and businesses. So that was the challenge we faced. And by those critical success factors that I discussed earlier, we are able to attract the financing required to make that project the reality that it is today in terms of funding. So I would say even though securing financing for oil and gas projects is a very difficult exercise across the world today because of ESG concerns, but the success of our financing demonstrates that if you have a project that's viable, delivers strong cash flow, and you have the right partners promoting it, you can still attract financing. And if I can go ahead and mention for the country as a whole, going beyond us as a company, for the country as a whole, there's a window of opportunity in terms of a more favorable financing environment for gas projects. The Russia-Ukraine war and the challenge it has raised, especially in Europe with energy security, has made countries pay more attention to the energy security and more open to securing gas around the world. So what you've seen that within the EU, gas projects have once again been classified as a green project. So these ESG concerns are going to come down a little bit, and it is easier to attract financing if we put the right projects together. So for us as a nation with 209 TCF of gas, there's a window of opportunity for us to put projects together, get the financing, deliver it, and earn money for our gas while the value is still high. Energy transition is a risk that industry faces, so we shouldn't lose time in making sure that we commercialize the gas volumes that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I believe the key takeaways from your presentation are to successfully raise capital or finance for projects like yours. You need a viable project, you need a credible promoter, you need strong ESG frameworks, and with these, it's quite likely that lenders, will pay attention to this project. I would like to come back to you later on to ask a related question, but before I do that, let me ask the Managing Director of Greenville LNG, Madam Ritu, to, in a similar way, share her own experience, developing a gas utilization project in Nigeria, particularly being a pioneer in terms of building an onshore LNG facility within the country. Madam Ritu, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? No. Hello? Is it?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for that question. And what I would say that Nigeria has been successful in maintaining the value chain for export of LNG, and if we put the same measures for domestic, it is viable, it's doable. And we have to put everyone's skin in the game, and the whole point is to maintain the value chain, as my colleague mentioned. If we can maintain the value chain, financing is just a small part of the whole chain. Funding will come, financing will come if we have the measures to complete, to ensure that the value chain is done. And as Shijoke, you mentioned that we have been pioneers, so we were ahead of the game. And we are already at the stage where we are supplying LNG, we are supplying molecules. And this funding comes very well timing. In business, timing is everything. And another aspect of that, of the gas business, is that gas business is a long term. You cannot reap the results immediately. It has to be long term. And what is business is foreseeing the challenges in time, combating it, ensuring that the funding, the project is in place, and reaping it at the right time. Now, the gas is already been rolled, so that's the decade, Honorable Minister has already declared. So the gas is there. Now, what are the next challenges? The next challenges are, what is the utilization? The utilization is eventually, as Mr. Shambhuwal mentioned, either in the transport or in the industry. Now, only in the transport itself, because of to maintain those emissions, when we see those trucks who are emitting those carbon, it's very heartening to see how the pollution is going in the air. But now on the transportation, Nigeria can go immediately from the existing old vehicles to the brand new or the existing one with the conversion. So the next bottleneck is the conversion. So from these funds, what can be envisaged is the conversion kits, and combined with the policy of the dual fuel vehicles. If that can be rolled, there is immediately the issues on the subsidies and of the environment can be addressed at the same time. What I see is that the stage where Nigeria is, that it's really, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and we are there. But that 1, 2, 3, 4, we really have to maintain, the chain has to be maintained, and we are almost there. We need is a change of the policy, we need is a conversion kits, and we need is the efficient generators which are combined cycle, not any more single cycle, which country had been having it from the last so many years, and no more anymore. Everyone has to look at the efficiency, because the gas remains the same whether it's a single cycle or the combined cycle. But you get a cheaper power when it is a combined cycle. So these are the things which we must discuss, and especially when the fund is there, you know, fund will be put where there are efficiencies. So now we have to see that how these brainstorm session can be held and the gas can be rolled out. I would repeat what I started, that if Nigeria is so well efficient in export, why not domestic? We must put all our efforts together to roll gas, to roll molecules in the same efficient way as we have been doing export. So Nigeria flourished. Nigeria, everyone knows, when you talk about Nigeria, is the most resilient country. It has everything, you know, what a nation should have to become a very powerful country. And I have been a firm believer of this one. And I think this can happen, and the gas is there. Let's do it together. We have already proven that. I think there are some slides you can see. These are the some of the end users which are already taking gas. And we need to combine the forces and roll the gas and get rid of the subsidies. That's all I would say. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. Your speech emphasizes what is known about the poor consumption rate for natural gas in the region. It's important to say that in spite of the huge endowment, you know, of natural gas in countries like Equatorial Guinea, like Nigeria, places like even Cameroon, and most recently Ghana, and then when you go to East Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, Africa as a region has the lowest consumption rate for natural gas, in spite of the huge, you know, resource endowment. And that's because majority of the time, projects being developed in this region are export focused. So it is time, you know, we began to look inward, trying to drive home-based or domestic industrialization using this very important resource that we have as a region. Thank you very much, madam.
You're welcome.
My next question is to Madam Ronke, you know, who's coming from a bank. My question to you is the same with what I asked the MD of Annual Gas Processing Board, why he has answered from the operator or Bigos perspective. You know, I want you to answer from the lender's perspective. Being a bank, what are the key enablers? What are your expectations for a project that is seeking capital or credit?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. And from all perspectives that the speakers have spoken, there obviously needs to be some sort of incentive that will drive the participation of commercial banks in the growth of infrastructure in this particular very important segment. One of the things that we've seen in past projects has been that for the bigger projects, it becomes a lot easier because then you get the equity participation, and they're also able to negotiate very good things. But if you look at the ecosystem, when I say ecosystem down the line, how do you then look at how to fund small-scale plants, gas cylinder manufacturing plants, CNG modular systems? It becomes a lot trickier because then the risks that you see are a lot higher. Naturally, if you look at what the operating environment of our economy as a nation today, it's very high risk. And so what the banks will naturally look at is the risk that we would carry being able to fund this project. And one area that we've seen that has worked perfectly well has been in the area of risk sharing. If you look at what happened in the agri space, government was intentional about it. So there were a lot of intervention funding that was released into the agri space. And those intervention funds came with partial risk sharing. That is what we need to begin to drive in the infrastructure space to be able to grow the midstream business and especially the gas roadmap that we have put together as a nation. If you look at currently what are the funds that are available, of course we have a lot of multilateral funding, AFDB loans, but all of these loans are targeted at bigger projects. And so today it's not difficult for joint venture initiatives like the SEPLACs, on annual gas, because then they're coming from, there's a track record already, they have the muscle to raise the equity. And then of course they can access long-term funding. And so those are the areas we need to look at as financiers. How do we make sure that we provide the risk sharing for them? How do we make sure that we bring in cheaper funds? Cheaper funds could come from anywhere. For instance, today, maybe we need to do a legislative review. PFAs are not allowed to participate in funding of projects like this. And to be honest, today they have the cheap funds, they can provide the tenures as well. If we also then look at beyond the PFAs, how else? We know we have infra credit. Infra credits today can provide some sort of construction guarantees, and that's the risk sharing I was talking about. So really, we need to look at how we can get a bit more, be a bit more relaxed in providing, in de-risking the projects, especially across the ecosystem, and not just looking at the bigger players, but looking at the smaller players as well. So for me, that would be a solution, because that's the incentive. I mean, looking at the presentation from Mr. Shelsok, I realized that Iran was only able to do it because they provided the incentives, and of course there must have been an element of risk sharing before they could achieve what they achieved in the short time. So that would be my question. I mean, that would be my response to that question.
Thank you very much.
There's a question that says success rate. To be honest, the success rate is not very good. And like I'd mentioned, because of there's a risk in every project in Nigeria today. We've actually seen it happen. So you see there's a risk of completion, there's a risk of cost overrun. That's a huge risk. If you started a project 4 years ago, the Naira is literally devaluing. And those are one of the things that we've also faced. The Naira devaluation has not helped at all. And then of course you then ask yourself, how do you then ensure that the mismatch between the Naira funding, if you do a Naira funding today, if you do a USD funding, there's a lot of volatility as well. And so typically, you want to fund projects in the gas space with USD, but then you find out that there's a Naira mismatch, so it becomes more complicated along the way. So that's what I would say, that we haven't been exactly successful across the ecosystem, and it's an area that the banks really need to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Can we give a round of applause for Madam Ronke, please? Thank you very much. So I would like to ask Mr. Norbert the next question, which is a follow-up from Madam Ronke's speech or presentation. We have been discussing different potential sources of funding. One option being the commercial banks, Another option being the now MDGIF when it becomes operationalized. Then we also have potential sources like the development finance institutions, private equities. Mr. Norbert, can you give us a picture, being from your experience in project development, give us a picture and x-ray of the potential sources of funding for gas-based projects in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. Ronke, thank you for that perspective you've shared. Basically, I'm involved in a few midstream projects right now, and the biggest hurdle we're faced is in being able to raise early stage financing. Because for you to be able to mature a project, you know, just like the gentleman from Seplat talked about, you have to, most financiers would have to ride on your capacity, you know, as a project developer. And for most companies coming into, especially local content now, opening up a lot of windows of opportunity for Nigerians, you're coming in as a greenfield. You might not have the balance sheet of a Seplat. You might not have a balance sheet of, you know, Dangote, who was pulled off, you know, one of the biggest refineries in the world, right? And so one of the biggest hurdles you're going to find is being able to drive early stage development, because you need to develop this the project early and mature it before you can attract investment from other financiers. Now, so the available financing that we've seen, especially for early stage financing, has to come either from grants. We've seen USTDA funding a lot of power infrastructure projects, and also infra credits being recently set up a fund to help facilitate, you know, early stage financing of projects. Now, beyond early stage of financing of projects, we've seen banks like SPE who have just funded the gas regas facility, the LNG regas facility in Ghana. We've seen a consortium of banks infra credit helps with early stage financing. There are also, you know, some private equity funds that are available, you know, that can help with early stage financing. But beyond that, developing a project, the very active parties that have been engaged with, including Africa Finance Corporation, SPE, you know, and then you have to look at others, you know, such as InfraCorp, that's just been set up by the CBN in partnership with the NSIA, who have incorporated the Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria with about 15 trillion naira, and they just got capitalized with the first 2 trillion, and basically that will be a major source of funding for anybody seeking to develop infrastructure projects in Nigeria. But as I said, the biggest hurdle is not finding the financier. The biggest hurdle is how to mature your project to the point where you're able to get this banks interested, because that is where the hurdle is, especially for greenfield developers like us, who might not have the balance sheet. And so these are some sources of funded funds that I can say have been active in financing midstream projects.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's obvious, you know, that the opportunities cannot be left to organizations with large war chests like Seplat. You know, there has to be a means of encouraging the less reputable, nevertheless serious, and then the less financially endowed organizations, especially for the project development, you know, phase of the entire life cycle. And I want to believe that the midstream downstream gas infrastructure fund may want to take this part to provide pre-development financing for smaller organizations like what InfoCredit is doing. And on that note, may I ask Mr. Tambua to please share with us what the governance or administrators of the MDGIF anticipates to be the impact of this fund when it becomes fully operationalized? What should Nigerians expect? What should operators, in this space expect from the fund? Thank you, Mr. Tambua.
Thank you, moderator. And once again, good afternoon all. Some of the expectation of the investors and operators from the fund, NDGIF fund. In the short term, the investors and operators should expect an unambiguous guideline, very clear guideline, without any hindrance on securing approvals, securing permits, as the case may be. These guidelines, as we speak now, have been drafted and are going review, and be assured that by the time it is perfected, it is going to be in the public domain or in our website. In the midterm, the investors should expect a kind of progress from flaring to no flaring gas. By the time these infrastructures are in place, obviously the gas flaring will reduce, and you will have a lot of gas utilization, or the penetration of gas utilization will be increased. And in the long run, is moving away from moving to gas-based industries, gas-based power plants, power generating plants. Because by the time you are able to get there, obviously you are automatically going to rid off the unutilized gas or available gas, or the gas that is being flared. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May we give a round of applause for Mr. Tambua, please? Thank you very much. My next question is for Mr. Kingsley, who's representing Madam Amina Mena. We have been focused on the midstream space, for larger parts of this panel session, but I would like to get your experience from the downstream space. You are from MRS, I believe. The financing downstream projects significantly differs from midstream projects, being that often that operation is more fragmented, mostly decentralized, and has a risk profile that differs reasonably from midstream projects. What has been your experience, and what do you consider to be the major limitations of financing downstream projects, particularly given all of the challenges that sector is facing, from subsidy, cross-border theft of petroleum products and the likes of it? Thank you, Mr. Kingsley.
Thank you very much, moderator. Like you rightly mentioned, this is our core area, and as fragmented as the sector is, the risk is quite huge, in the sense that you will be looking at operating environment. You will be looking at the policies made by the government to safeguard investment in the operating environment. And these investments are closer to the consumers and are designed to reach every nook and cranny of the nation. As the second speaker showed us, we saw the map showing the concentration of most of the investments in the midstream within the southern part of the country. So you would imagine that downstream, where we need to send gas for domestic consumption, for example, up north, you would be looking at how to transport the gas from where you have the midstream infrastructure, for example, pipeline, storage, to where you need to get it to consumers up north. So where would you pass to make sure that, for example, we make use of our service station infrastructure, where we have horizontal tanks for distribution of gas to the end users. Now, to be able to get the gas as far as up north and other, you would have to pass through the roads that everybody passed through. You would need to truck the gas all the way from. If you are going to make an investment somewhere in Kaduna, and you've already invested some money in a gas station, a gas storage station, a mini station, for example, LPG storage station, and just before you commission the station, you begin to hear some news about the security station up there in Kaduna, and your engineers won't have access to this facility, your contractors won't have access to this facility, and whatever projections you made with regards to that investment, of course, time is everything in investment. If you took money from the bank, whether you have started drawing down, once you have exceeded the moratorium granted you, I'm happy that we have a banker in our midst today. They know how strict they can be when the conditions given to you for investment is not being met. So once you get to that time, you will be required to start paying back when you are not, you are not, there is no income that is coming from that investment. And this is a risk that you need to assess properly before you decide to expand your investment in downstream sector to as many places as you would wish, that you know you have some markets, but due to certain constraints, especially bordering on security, bordering on the condition of our roads, you may be limited in what you are able to do. Apart from that also, one of the speakers also mentioned that it is difficult, especially the case study on Iran and Indonesia. Free conversion is a major consideration that I think that the federal government of Nigeria need to look at seriously, because we may be paying lip service to this whole gas monetization effort, let me just put it that way, if we do not look at domestic gas consumption properly. About 75% of what we produce is being exported, and you can imagine the tiny fraction that is being utilized down here. At the time, I'm sure many of us would have faced gas scarcity in the country when we are still exporting, because possibly the big investors don't see our domestic market profile as being that attractive because of the kind of challenges that we have. So when it comes to cylinders now, not everybody, how many people in the country can actually afford the cost of a cylinder? MRS, for example, we have our composites. Composite cylinders are very expensive, but they are the safest. Okay, they are the safest, but how many people can afford this? Okay, we would want everybody to have access to this our cylinder, but when you bring it out and you try to market it and you advertise it, everybody says it's expensive, it's too expensive. Why is it that expensive? The banker also talked about the inconsistencies with regards to the value of the naira that keeps on going down all the time. So when you bring in cylinders at a certain amount, and overnight you discover that you can no longer recover the amount used to bring in the cylinder, how do you sell to the end users? So, and you have gas in your station, you have cylinders you want to sell, but very few people are coming to buy the gas. Why would you proceed to make investments if you are not being supported by the government. And then when you talk about CNG, like you know, we have service stations across the country, everywhere across the country, and even outside the country in some countries like Togo, Cameroon, and the Republic of Benin. In this, we have the capacity to deploy CNG to some of these our locations with Nigerian gas. But the big question is also the big question that one of the speakers touched on. How many vehicles in Nigeria run on CNG? How many vehicles in Nigeria are willing to run on CNG? How many of them even know that CNG is safe for them? Orientation becomes a major issue. I want the agencies that are present to take this into consideration. Orientation, that is getting the good news to the masses, to those who should know, is extremely important, because we can talk all the engineering here, talk all the financing here, and people still think that the vehicle will explode when it's in motion. It is a big issue. So some of these misconceptions need to be addressed to enable investment in these areas. Besides this, generally in the downstream sector, the issue of smuggling across the border is something that has been with us for some time. At a time, I sent a report that I think got to the presidency when I was the managing director of one of our subsidiaries in the West Coast. And I said, the issue of subsidy goes beyond what we're talking about. Nigeria is subsidizing the whole West Coast. The whole West Coast. Our product, whatever it is, whether it is gas, whether it is gas oil, AGO, whether it's PMS, somehow filters across the border. Is a major challenge for those of us that are in the downstream sector. And then when you try to expand your investment, you get across to these other nations and you begin to see, for example, our investment in the Republic of Benin today is suffering because of product coming from Nigeria. It's a Nigerian investment in another country that is not able to grow because of smuggling of product from Nigeria to this country. Very, very major challenge, and for the government agencies present, so also, I want to congratulate the federal government on the step they took to at least increase the minimum distance to the border, the siting of service stations to about 25 kilometers or so. It is helping a little, but it's not enough. This product is still getting across. Because of the financial gain, these products sell higher across the border than you can get them inside the country because of our subsidy. So there is motivation for people, the illicit traders across the country, to move our product across. So the challenges are so many in the downstream sector, and these challenges, of course, like the banker said, everything is about risk, 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 risk. If investors don't have a good appreciation, or rather don't have a positive appreciation of our risk profile as a nation, it will be difficult to convince them to throw in funds. Okay, government cannot do it alone. The MDGIF is a step in the right direction with regards to gas infrastructure, gas development. But generally, you would also know that for domestic gas consumption, the safest place to go for your gas is a service station. Okay, and if the operators in this sector don't have access to fund to develop this sector, to get everybody in the country to have access to LPG becomes a major challenge. And besides, it is important that we also look at other infrastructures, because you have pipeline in the midstream, you also have pipeline in the downstream. Okay, now for us to participate in the downstream pipeline infrastructure, you would need to look at the issue of vandalization in the country. Is a major issue. At a time, I was involved in the project that had to do with the Nigerian gas company pipeline to Egbin power station many years ago, around 1997 or 98. And while working on the pipeline road, we heard a sound, and that sound, I thought it was a stream, only for me to get there and discover that these guys thought it was a petroleum, it was a PMS pipeline, and they had dug something under and had gone to drill a hole I'm sure the guy didn't survive because the hole was quite deep and he went inside. So just to give you an example, and this is widespread really. So one thing is, and this of course investors, they are aware of some of these things, you are spending money on infrastructure and people are busy fertilizing the infrastructure. The government has to come with up with a deliberate strategy in this regard to deal with the issue of fertilization. And if other issues are not also considered in coming up with this strategy, you may discover that when you look at the risk profile of investment in the sector, as many, in fact, I was discussing with an insurance company the other day, and they simply told me that their company has stopped the operation of a product, GIT, which is goods in transit, for the downstream sector. I said, why? What happened? He said, because of the risk profile is too high. They can't cover it anymore. And so I could keep on talking about what we need to do, but the solution is for us to have a holistic, do a holistic appraisal of this sector with a view to encouraging some of us that have already invested and are still investing in this sector, so that the risk can be mitigated and that also shared possibly with the government, okay? Because the bank has said the risk sharing, the risk mitigation and minimization is key to investment, whether midstream, upstream, or any sector. Thank you very much. I would like to throw more light on this if I have more time, but I can keep on talking about this for the rest of the time we have, but I know we have limited time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May we give a round of applause for Mr. Kingsley. Thank you very much. That was very insightful. Unfortunately, we don't have all the time. We have actually exhausted the time for this panel session. Before I give the closing remark, I would like to invite each of the panelists to at least take a minute and then give the summary speech today. But one key takeaway for the audience is that for us to optimally develop the natural gas sector in Nigeria, we need to begin to look beyond the sector-specific challenges. It doesn't end with engineering or attracting financing for projects within the sector. There are other things or challenges outside the sector that are also key enablers. You know, Mr. Kingsley just mentioned the issue of insecurity and how that could impact, debt provided by financial institutions. We also talk about other forms of enablers, fiscal frameworks, tariffs, import waivers, and then hard infrastructure like roads and security of equipment and people in transit. So enabling the overall ease of doing business will be key to optimizing the development of this sector. So I would like to go ahead to invite the speaker, starting from our keynote speaker, Mr. Tambuwa, to take a minute and give us a closing remark.
Thank you very much, Director. As the PIA Section 52 of 2021 provided, the MDGIF has its mandate to ensure that gas infrastructures in the country are expanded, used in such a way that the gas resource are adequately used within, not most of it being exported. Also, part of its mandate to identify the gaps in all the structures or infrastructures. Equally, just like what the previous speakers have said, the major challenges in developing all these infrastructures are to do with financing. Of course, the challenges are there. That is why this fund is there to make a kind of a guarantee in such a way that in a partnership, like a joint venture. If it is a joint venture, it's not like a bank where you put money and expect interest. This is a partnership whereby you put in investment, after which, by the time it gets its maturity to to intended target, the government can decide to sell off its stake and move to another project. So the MDGIF is there and is calling for investors and the operators in downstream, midstream and downstream gas infrastructure operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Ritu, please, your closing remarks.
Yes, my closing remark will be, rather than having all those fundings and structure one after the another one, and the government policies, it should all be done at the same time. Change of the government policy, getting into the next level of conversions, transportation, all should be decided one time, and it should go ahead one time, so the effect can be seen sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call on Mr. Okechukwumba, please, to give your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Nigeria requires a lot more power, a lot more electricity. We have the gas to realize that aspiration. But to make that happen, enormous financing is required to deliver the projects. And Nigerian banks cannot provide that financing alone. We have to attract international lenders and investors into Nigerian domestic gas markets. And to do that, we have to make sure that our market is competitive, from the fiscals to bankable commercial agreements. Those are the things that you require to be in place for a bank to fund you. The pricing and commercial terms must be sufficient to return the investments. And all the commercial agreements, the GSAs, PPAs, they must be bankable, right? So that lenders can feel comfortable to put money into the structure. And if we do that and get the right financing and deliver the projects, we'll be able to close the gap that we have in energy and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May I call on Madam Ronke, please?
Okay, so I believe to change the narrative of financing for the projects in the midstream sector, we need to build a financing roadmap that will be all-inclusive. We would have private equity participation, multilateral agencies, DFIs. So it's an all-encompassing financing option that will be available to these projects. As the MD of Africa had mentioned, the commercial banks definitely at this stage of the midstream business, we can't fund by ourselves. So we'll naturally be expecting to have a whole bouquet of financing. So it becomes across board. So it's kind of debt, there's equity, there's mezzanine financing. It's a whole bouquet of financing that would obviously de-risk the project, make it profitable as well, provide the right type of funding at the right price, and also availability at the right time. Because typically what happens is we spend a lot of time on these projects analyzing the financing options, and then things are moving. So I believe a financing roadmap at this time is very needed and should be put in place quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Norbert, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mama. Thank you to the panelists and our keynote speaker and to SPE. I want to just leave with this statement to say that there's a lot of potential in Nigeria. Nigeria has all the gas resources. Nigeria also has a huge market, but our market has been latent and sort of dormant for such a long time. We made a mistake as a country with the power sector, where the power reforms started upstream rather than downstream. And so we have an opportunity and a window to get it right in making sure we apply whatever intervention funds we have through the midstream downstream infrastructure fund to unlock the market rather than unlock the upstream infrastructure. And so once you unlock the market, it becomes the horse that drives the cart rather than the cart that's driving the horse. So let's feed the horse so that it can pull this cart as fast and as far as possible. For the Nigerian banks as well, I don't want you to keep looking at credit for infrastructure projects the way you look at typical credit. You come to get credit from a bank, then they ask you, bring collateral. I want to build an LNG facility and it will cost me maybe $600 million. How am I going to get a facility for that? And so they have to now start looking at bankability, just as Mr. Mba has said, and also this is for Ronke as well. Nigerian banks need to participate so that the growth is nationwide across sectors, not just for foreign banks and foreign investors coming in. Banks can also participate in early stage financing just so they can take a sort of an upside in terms of when it comes to the project financing and bigger players coming. And so there's a lot for everybody, but I think all hands must be on deck. We're being led by the government and the policymakers to ensure that the policy, especially with respect to the 0.5%, is amended so that there's sufficient funding to be able to drive and incentivize the market growth pending when the market is on autopilot. Iran invested for 5 years before the project, the market went on autopilot. So that should be the approach. Thank you very much and do have a lovely evening, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. And lastly but not the least, may I call on Mr. Kingsley to give his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, SPE. This is actually a wonderful opportunity to join colleagues in looking at the gas situation in the country. As a closing remark, I would urge the federal government to put as much effort as is put in the export gas potential, also in the domestic gas consumption. And to be able to do that, government needs to encourage those who are already participating in trying to ensure that the domestic gas consumption is increased and that the market becomes as attractive as possible to investors by providing required incentives like free conversion for CNG and free conversion from stove to cylinders, and also by thinking of providing minimum security guarantees for investment in these areas. Because for any bank to give you funding, the bank will first of all conduct a risk assessment of your proposed project. The risk assessment would determine the kind of securities they will ask from you. If the project environment is considered very, very high, their demand may be so much that likely investors would ultimately be discouraged. Government should take a step in this direction and encourage those of us who are already involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you. A very warm thank you to all our panelists. Special thank you to SPE Abuja session for organizing this very important discussion. Thank you also to our distinguished audience, both physical and online, for finding time to be part of this panel session up till this time. I would like to hand over to the MC, but before I do that, may I toast to our national aspiration for the natural gas sector in Nigeria. It's my hope that by the time we come to the end of the Decade of Gas initiative, Nigeria would have become the largest producer of LNG in the world, largest producer of single nutrient fertilizer, urea, in the world, largest producer of polyolefins in the world. We should have an LPG consumption per capita rate that surpasses that of Qatar and Australia. We should also have 50% of our vehicles running on CNG and LPG, which we have, a competitive advantage in. We should also be generating more than 20 megawatts, of electricity, surpassing our domestic need and feeding the West African power pool. On that note, I say thank you to everyone, and may I hand over to the MC. Thank you.
Of course, if Mr. Chijoke Mama did an amazing job, I think he deserves another resounding round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our panelists, please remain seated. I would like the ushers to kindly give them the plaques they have. Please remain seated. Thank you so much. SPE Abuja is saying thank you for accepting to share your knowledge. Thank you. For our online and virtual participants, of course, with me here, I have your plaque, which were billed to you in one way or the other. So back to the distinguished audience. All of you deserve a round of applause. Please, can you give yourself a round of applause? So should you go back home today, your kid could run up to you and say, Daddy, Mommy, you went out for 2 days. What did you go to do? Usher, please, I need 2 representatives, a male and a female. What will you tell your 5-year-old or 9-year-old kid? Just one male representative, one female representative. If not, I'll call somebody. So Usher, just go there. You go back home and your child says, Mommy, Daddy, you went out for 2 days. What can you tell me? What happened? What will you tell your 2-year-old or 3-year-old kid? Okay, please, thank you. A round of applause for him, please. The male female, next. Okay, go on.
Oh, thank you. I think I can. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. If I'm to tell my kid what I like, I will tell him that the gas is the future of Nigeria, and that we should try to think gas all the way.
Amazing, 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 amazing. A round of applause for him. One female representative. One female. One female representative. Nobody wants to talk for the ladies? Okay. Can we appreciate her, please, for being bold enough to speak?
So in simple terms, for my 5-year-old child, I'd like to tell her that Nigeria is abundant. We have so much that we are sitting on. So it's time to take action.
Amazing, amazing. Although the conference is about to come to an end, the conversation on these closing the infrastructure gaps continues. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to welcome the Chairman Planning Committee of this event, Dr. Sunday Kansho, of course, for his closing remarks to vote of thanks. Please remain seated, ma'am, sir. Please a round of applause for Dr. Sunday Kansho as he comes for his vote of thanks. After which, immediately, I would direct on how we take the order of photographs. Dr. Sunday Kansho, I'd like to have you on stage, sir. The awards have been given, sir. Yeah. Yeah, fine. He's coming. He's coming.
So thank you everyone for giving this time to come and join this conference. I really want to appreciate you. But first, I want to use this opportunity to thank our panelists for a wonderful job they've done this afternoon. I will start by thanking our keynote speaker, Mr. Mansur Kulia, who is the Executive Director of the Midstream Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, who has been ably represented by Mr. Musa Tambo, a director in the same department. I want to thank our lead speaker, Mr. Norbert Shasu, who has done a very good job with his paper focusing on getting funding locally. Of course, our moderator, my friend Dr. Chijoke Mama, thank you so much for the wonderful job that I've done moderating this wonderful session. I want to thank Amina Mainan, was represented by Engineer Kingsley Ike. Thank you so much for that job which you did. I want to thank Ronke Jibodu for a wonderful presentation. Back into the house, I want to appreciate Mr. Okochiku Mba for coming. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. And of course, the company that is changing the both the midstream, I would say midstream and downstream now. Thank you so much, Ms. Ritu Sahawala, for a wonderful job. She is the MD of Greenville LNG. They've taken huge risk with that. We really appreciate you for coming, honoring our invitation. Thank you so much. I know that from all the discussion we had, starting from yesterday, when we started with looking at the regulations and the policy part of the midstream downstream petroleum sector, to the discussion on gas pipeline operations, looking at issues around gas pipeline operations, till today in the morning when we discussed technology and innovations in the midstream and downstream sector, to this time that we just discussed financing model for midstream downstream gas project. One thing that few things I noticed is the fact that, of course, we are looking at closing the infrastructure gaps. From the discussion, I can say that first, we know that there are potentials and we know there are opportunities. Everyone here agree that there are opportunities. We can call them opportunities. Potentially, they are there. We are at the moment the industry is taking advantage of those opportunities, but we also acknowledge that there are challenges. These challenges are from policy, regulation, security, financing, human resource. These are the items that have been traced over and over again throughout this conference. One thing again I can say is the fact that these challenges are not insurmountable. We can solve the challenges if we want to. I'm sure everyone is listening, has listened. We have very important people here. So I will say that as we're going back, let's go to work and get this done. I think we can do it. At this point, I want to specially thank the audience, for both those one in here in person and those one virtually, for your time. Without you, this conference wouldn't have held. So thank you so much for your attention. I want to appreciate SPE Abuja session led by Engineer Mina. She must be hearing us from wherever she is. And of course, this event is the SPE Nigeria Council event, and it's been hosted by the Abuja session. And I was requested by Abuja session to chair the committee. And I want to really take this time to thank all the committee members for the wonderful job they've done to put this event together. It's not easy putting this type of event together. So I want to thank you so much. But before I close, I have another event that I personally want to invite all of you to be part of it, and it's going to be on the 7th and 8th. This event is focused basically on oil and gas measurement and hydrocarbon accounting. It's another big conference happening right here in this same venue, and it's on the 7th and 8th. You may be seeing a lot of social media, and if you get an email from us, please, it's a good event. That is one aspect that we haven't talked about much, but I think there's so much discussion in that area. So at this juncture, I will crave your indulgence to time for picture. Please don't rush. Our panelists, first we take a picture here, and then please everyone will now join our panelists to take a picture. So thank you so much for honoring our invitations, and thank you for having time to join this conference. All right, that's it for me. MC, you want to?
Thank you so much, sir, for planning this amazing event. So dear panelists, we'd like you just in front here with a plaque to take photos just in front here. We'd like the section director, Mr. Ariella, to join them. We'd like the GM Nigerian Gas Company to join them with his own plaques here in front, Also like the planning committee chair to join them. Programs chair, can you join them just in front here for your photo? For our panelists online, I'm here with your photo. If you give me permission, I will join. Thank you, thank you. While they remain there, please, up next to join them, all members of the ATS Planning Committee. All members of the ATS Planning Committee, up next, please. Can you join them? We also love a section chair from Warri section to join. Engineer Rikosima, thank you so much, sir. Can you join? These are the people that have painstakingly made this event a success. Please, can we give them a round of applause, please? The last but not the least, I would like all distinguished audience, please kindly join for a group photo, a final group photo, please. Everybody, please join us. Thank you. Okay, you can climb behind here. For those just coming now, please climb the back here. We would like everybody. This is the SPE Abuja family, one big family. Thank you so much. Please climb the back. Please, the man on stage should be the last person, so that we can enter the frame. The rest should go behind, climbing here, please. When I say SPE, you say oil and gas. SPE.
Oil and gas.
SPE.
Oil and gas.
When I say SPE, as you're saying oil and gas, you see your thumbs up. SPE.
Oil and gas.
Okay, photographer, please. Zubi and his team need some light music. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, networking begins. Exchange cards made new friends. We come to the end of ATS 2022. See you at the ATS 2023. I go by the name of Ofonono Akpan, and my pleasure is this, as always, to be your MC. We want to also say a big thank you to our amazing sponsors, PTDF, for this hall. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My name is Ofonono Akpan, and see you at the next SPE Abuja event. Zubi and team, please entertain us.